just barely super dead. Just barely squeaking it in. Hello, everyone. Hey, Bri the guy, thank you for the follow. And Momo, thank you for the host, of course. Skillaroo, hey there. Skillaroo was first. Hey, Wither. Estrella with the re. Wither, well, I'm glad you're working at it. If you need any advice, you don't have to like call into the show, but if you want to give me a Discord call sometime, I can give you some tips and stuff like that. Hey, RV. Kaiser, yes, I saw the photos in Discord of the backyard shed sort of setup thing you got going on. I like it. Smoking a little herb, doing a little reading, soaking up the sun. I respect it. Eating a bagel, huh? What kind of bagel? Oh, hang on. Let me cue that off in the background too. Give me something to listen to. Yeah, I'm everything. The only bagel. That's the only acceptable bagel. Yeah, that's 100%. Oh. So it was another workout day. So my neuropathy is flared like a motherfucker. Really? No, everything bagels are the best bagels. Yeah, so my neuropathy's flared like a motherfucker. It was I'm not a huge I'm not huge into fish. So the lox you could probably leave off. But I feel you, bro. Wilhelm, shellfish, bivalves, I'm completely cool with. Like clam chowder, clams, oysters, mussels, crab. I'm langoustine. I'm cool with all of that. But fish, I just don't have a taste for it. I've tried and tried and tried, and I mean, you guys know I'm a cook. You know, I've tried. I've legitimately tried. Just doesn't work with my palate for whatever reason. Pure onion bagel is your ultimate. The ones with raisins in them. Yeah, all right. I don't like cooked fish. Sushi, poke, sashimi, or smoked fish is your thing. Fair enough. Yeah, I just don't have a taste for it. Sorry. Given the overfishing that, China and the rest of the world is doing in our oceans, it's probably good that I don't eat fish. There's one less person consuming fish. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Angie. Hey, Skeptic. Okay, so I'm probably going to mention this a few times just because I want people to know and I like this company. If any of you use Photoshop or Illustrator on a regular basis and you're sick and tired of fucking Adobe's bullshit, you want to check out Affinity by Serif, serif.com. No subscription. You can buy your software. And they have Affinity Photo and Affinity Designer. They have them for the iPad and they have them for Mac and Windows, and they're 50% off right now. You can get a license for $25. And I've been using Affinity Photo and Affinity Designer for years now. They have been my full replacements for a couple of years. Momo, thank you for the biddies. Yeah. So if you're interested in that sort of thing and you actually, you want something like that, like I said, $25 for a fucking license, 50% off right now. I was on their website earlier and I was like, oh shit, it's sale time. So I thought I'd pass that information on. If you're master level graphic designer, there may be some features missing in Affinity Photo and Affinity Designer from like Photoshop and Illustrator respectively. But again, you can get the trials and try them out really quickly and see if they suit your needs. They've suited my needs 100% for, like I said, a couple of years now straight. I've got it on my iPad, I've got it on my desktop, and you know, for a fucking like actual license for 25 bucks a pop, you can get both of them for 50 bucks, and a whole bunch of shit comes for free with it, like brushes and all sorts of shit will come with your license pack. So just putting that out there. Like I said, you know, not a subscription, not any of that bullshit that Adobe's running people through these days. Bry, look, I'm an IT guy from way back. I love and respect open source. I don't like GIMP. I don't like it. I've never liked it. I've always found it lacking in a whole host of departments. And so, yeah, that's my opinion on GIMP. I've never liked it. There's a ton of open source solutions I absolutely adore. I've got a ton of them running shit in my house even. But yeah, GIMP is not one of the FOSS solutions that I'm a fan of. So yeah, I run Affinity Photo and Affinity Designer for my Photoshop, Illustrator, respectively. I may have been, you know, I know a guy who may have been running them illegally for a couple of years, and then paid for licenses because I you know, he wanted to feel it out as to whether it truly is the replacement that he was looking for. Oh well, as a profession, no, it's a valuable service provided to the community. Cave, Super Dead. Honestly, I like the software. I really do. Both Photo and Designer. They've got a publisher version as well. For that also is on sale right now. But you know, I'd rather support an independent software development house that is producing a direct competitor to Photoshop and Illustrator and Publisher or Designer, whatever the fuck that shit is, and has like a nice cat, has iPad stuff. Like I can work with my pen and stuff on, or my pencil on iPad and just export it and finish it up or clean it up or do other stuff on the computer. I can work automatically between them, right? Like there's feature sets there that Adobe just doesn't have still. So yeah, I would much rather pay a independent software house that is literally going toe to toe with Adobe, and doesn't have bullshit subscription models and all of that sort of crap. So yeah, I mean, that's the kind of thing that that's where you put your money. Like you vote with your dollar, right? Well, there's where my dollars are. So just wanted to bring that up. Yeah, exactly. Single purchase ownership. So fucking rare. So fucking rare. I don't know. Let me check. Find out more. Oh, let's see. I don't know. It is not telling me when the sale ends. It has to be they're not saying when it's going to end. But they brought it back for they brought it back because COVID is still going. So you can get a 90-day trial. Oh, I know, Kat. Trust me, I know. You can get a 90-day trial, but I don't know how long the 50% sale is going to be going, to be perfectly honest. But like I said, Mac, Windows, and iPad, versions available for their software. And completely interchangeable. So, yeah, I couldn't operate on a single monitor. Like, there's no chance. There's no fucking chance I could do that, Cat. So let's see. Hang on, let me click that. There we go. All right, where was my list? Oh, okay. So, Matt Gaetz keeps the story keeps evolving. Oh, well, let's talk about the thing. Let's get it out of the way. Apparently, some crazy fucker smashed a car into a barricade, crushed a cop, injured another cop, got out and shot it. Tried to stab somebody with a knife, and they shot him dead. That was a thing that happened today. Capitol went on lockdown. It's out of lockdown. The flags are flying at half staff now. Marcus, have you ever seen my... Here, I'll do it for you, Marcus. Monitor 1, Monitor 2, Monitor 3. Yeah, and I need a fourth. Legitimately, I could use a fourth. Public. Hey there. Hey, Sue. I'd have to install a second graphics card to get the fifth. Well, actually, I could do a USB HDMI out and get a fifth monitor that way. So I wouldn't have to install a second graphics card necessarily. Yeah, pocket a big monitor. Yeah, I stopped. I started. I had multiple monitors in 2002, maybe. I think, yeah, I don't think I've been on a single monitor system for myself in maybe, we're coming up on 2 decades. Yeah, I can't work on a single screen. It's just not something I can do. Fair enough, Australia. Yeah, Angie. I remember those days too, but see, Jesus Christ. So anyway, let's see. I did hear today that Sebastian Kurz wants more restrictions on Muslim liberties, but that's Europe, so that's outside North American grasp. We'll see how that plays out. Thank you for the update, though, Skeptic. So that was a thing. Hey, let me there you go. Oh, and heads up, we are doing bad movie screening night on Discord tonight. So I'm in the main frame. Hey, Curio. We're doing bad movie screening night over on Discord tonight. So if you want to be around, it's going to be 45 minutes to an hour after the stream ends. So there you go. Cat. Okay. So Matt Gaetz' story keeps evolving, which is goddamn hilarious. Now we know, we found out that he was caught on surveillance video with an alleged sex trafficker sifting through ID card or like IDs, right? Like it seems like he was shopping. Maybe 9:30. Maybe 10. Hey, story girl. Hey, it was a workout day, so my neuropathy is flared like a motherfucker. But I've sort of given up. My neuropathy's not going to get better. There's no reversing it. So I want to be in shape. There's nothing I can do about it. But thank you for the care and concern. How are you, Story Girl? Yes, Angie. I can just send you an invitation, and you can click it. And I will do that now. Give me 1 sec. There you go. Check your Whisper on Twitch, and you have a Discord invitation link. Muddling by. Fair enough. Nerve pain isn't affected by opioids, Marcus. Morphine just helps you check out. That's all. But it doesn't actually impact or affect the nervous system pain. So Matt Gaetz is friends with an alleged sex trafficker and was caught on surveillance video, maybe shopping for someone. That's a thing that happened. His spokesperson also has resigned their position. They're like, peace out. I ain't hanging out for this shit. So that story keeps evolving. Look forward to hearing that, Zippy, I'm not touching any of them. Not yet, at least. I've made it this far. I've made it a decade in. You'd be shocked to know I'm not a medical professional. Fair enough, Marcus. I've made it a decade in with this fucking nerve pain. And, I mean, it's just as bad as it ever was. And I haven't had to resort to them yet. It isn't because of, it's like, oh, it's a moderate pain. No, it's horrific. I'm just sheer power of will, or sheer power of willing through it. So, like right now, I am on fucking fire. But hey, that's pretty much par for the course. Guys are shopping for someone. Ugh, frames make me nauseous. Exchange of pain for power. I can get behind. Just don't stress your muscles. You might not be able to tell the difference. I don't know if that's a thing for you. Wither, thank you for the concern. Once upon a time, Kai was in pretty good shape. So I'm familiar with how to proceed with my body. But thank you for the concern either way. Have you tried living in Antarctica? Maybe it'd help. Actually, Cat shredded. I wasn't terrible looking. Cat's one of the few people in the community who has, not even few, one of the couple, there's only two, I think, that have ever seen that picture. Of me maybe a decade ago, maybe not even a decade ago. I think that was like 8 years ago. 3. Not 3. It was you, Mitre, and did Curio get to see that? Who else got to see that? I know it was you and Mitre who got to see it. I don't know who the third might have been. Okay, it was Curio. All right, fair enough. Yeah. Then 3. Yeah, who have seen that picture of topless Kai from 8 years ago, 6 years ago? I think it was only 6 years ago, quite frankly. Curio's seen it too, yes. All right. Yeah. I knew how to take care of my body once upon a time. Let's just put it that way. Matt Gaetz was apparently shopping for somebody. Thank you, Curio. Bathe in apple cider vinegar on the night of the full moon while virgins chant. I'm in Vegas. Find me a virgin, Momo. Then crush night blooming lilies with bare feet. That's the only thing that'll work. Shit, I'm gonna have to fucking ship in some virgins because we sure as fuck don't have them. CTE hasn't gotten his brain yet, damn it. Good job, Cat. Got some Mormons there you could use. Estrella, have you known any Mormons? They're not as puritanical as they like to claim. One of the largest drug dealers in Utah was a bishop in the church. Yeah, right, Patronum? Anal don't count. Ooh. So, yeah. You gotta find the extreme ones. Yeah, I probably have a few around me, actually, with the neighbors. So that, oh, Sue, I have a story just for you. Look at that rhyming. This is something that I think that you will, I mean, if you're not already, if it hasn't already been brought to your attention, Sue, this is something that I'm sure that will please you. Secretary Deb Haaland, the indigenous person, or the person of indigenous descent, who is now our Secretary of our Interior, has created a new missing and murdered indigenous persons unit to pursue justice for missing or murdered American Indians and Alaskan Natives. They will coordinate interagency collaboration and strengthen existing law enforcement resources for the explicit and intent purposes of solving and preventing those crimes. We were wondering if they were going to let Deb Haaland do anything interesting. There you go, Sue. I mean, that's fucking progress. We'll see what comes of it, of course, but that's fucking progress. So, you know, take the win. Public, I was Mormon, everything said is true. Marcus, yes. Yes. Yeah, exactly. As long as it gets resourced and implemented properly. Like, there's tons of fucking hurdles to jump through. Hey, Sassy. But it's something. Oh, rock on, Zippy. She was your rep. Yeah, it was something. Progress, right? We might actually start fixing infrastructure. We might actually fucking start caring about missing and murdered indigenous persons. Hey, take the wins, folks. Take the wins. A friend married a Mormon girl a few years back. Didn't see him since. Ugh. Yes, Wither. Trust me. I mean, this is why I asterisk with "we'll see." But you know, you can't do it unless you start. So at least it's started. It's almost like neolibs and fascists aren't the same. Who would have guessed? Hey, Cat. But have you considered that you're a fascist for saying that? I will. The NYPD has officially ordered their officers to let people smoke weed in public per the new legislation. You can now walk down the street in New York with a joint in your hand, smoking it openly, and the cops are not allowed to hassle you for it. It's something, folks. Take the wins where you can get them. Germany's biggest union, their IG Metall, has reached a new deal. 2.3% wage increase to be either paid in full or as part of a switch to a 4-day week. So that's 3.9 million metal and engineering workers nationwide in Germany who are going to be able to either take a 2.3% wage increase or decrease their their work day down to 4 days. So fucking Germany making moves in that direction too. With access to more of the population, shall become more cost conscious? I hope so. I was listening to a story about these young Mormons having a party, and a non-Mormon got invited, and he showed up with alcohol. But he was surprised when he walked in the party and saw they were only drinking caffeine. Ugh. I only partied with fallen Mormons. So, wait, what did Marcus say? Oh, I mean, maybe, Marcus. Yes, Critical, you still got to hide your booze in a brown paper bag. Well, Astray, it depends if they're the fallen Mormons or whether they're adherent Mormons. Fallen Mormons know how to fucking party. Adherent Mormons, yeah, you walk in and you're like, oh, Jesus Christ. So, you know. This is a story that amuses the fuck out of me. I'm just going to read you the headline. Alabama fails to reverse ban on school yoga as conservatives say they fear rise in Hinduism. Ban to lift on yoga in Alabama. A bill to lift ban on yoga in Alabama schools, which would still prohibit namaste greetings and chanting, will have to be brought back for another try after the vote ended in a tie due to fears of a rise in Hinduism. Interesting, public. Yeah, I just hung out with my Mormon cousins. They wanted to do shots of Sprite instead of alcohol for a party game. I just give up at that point. Oh, that is pointless. I mean, every fucking soccer mom and like middle American like SUV driving like school run mom, like all of my neighborhood basically does yoga, and nobody is Hindu. Except, hold on, I say with exception because there is a Hindu family in the neighborhood who moved here from India. And they are practicing. They are the only ones. Yet basically every house in my neighborhood has one member at least who practices yoga. The grandmother does, Super Dad. The grandmother does, because I've seen her in the park doing it. And mad props. At her age, mad props. Is this the moment I say, still not a theocracy, though? Hey, Wallada. I let my kids serve Jell-O shots like 10 years ago, so they were around like 5 and 2. I made them non-alcoholic Jell-O shots for a birthday celebration for a kid I used to sit. Oh, interesting, Momo. No, it's not wrong. Who gives a shit? Yoga that's packaged for capitalism. Exactly. Well, I mean, yeah. Everyone knows Hindu equals treason. Hey, Devil. Yeah, I think it's cute too. So Myanmar, the Myanmarian junta, the military there has cut the internet. So yeah, there's a internet blackout happening at present in Myanmar. So that's a thing. Yeah. Oh, what else did I have? The MLB is going to move the All-Star game from Atlanta due to the Georgia voting law. They're pulling out. Devil, run! It's a little Nas. So, yeah. Looks like Georgia's going to start losing their, like, sports ball stuff. As a result of their shithead fucking voting laws. Yes, it is, Super Dad. Lil Nas is my homie. More than your homie at this point. Aw. It's nice, Mama. Yeah, I mean, yeah. By most definitions, yeah, they're peacefully protesting. Yeah. What else we got? Oh, okay. So, we're gonna do the fucking tanky fucking roundup, basically. Biden has affirmed U.S. unwavering support for Ukraine in a call. He was on the first official phone call with President Volodymyr Zelensky. I don't know. Sorry. I apologize to Ukrainians and anybody who speaks Russian in any way, shape, or form. But he was on a call. He was on the first official call with the Ukrainian president today. And he offered, quote, staunch support in Ukraine's standoff over Russian troops near its borders. So there's that. And Not that I'm aware of, Super Dad. I don't think so. I can check that really quickly though. I don't think so. No. They applied to begin the NATO the MAP, the membership action plan in 2008, but they were shelved in 2010. So no. Hey, Squiddy. So no, they aren't a NATO member at this point in time. Thank you for the follow. And listen to info say yesterday that Nazballs are anti-Putin and that's what's wrong with them. I've got a thing about it. Actually, you know what? While we're mentioning fucking he who shall not be named, I found this in the wild on Reddit. By the way, there's a subreddit called Gen Zedong for fucking Gen Zers who are fucking like tanky. Call r/Gen Zedong. It's fucking cringeworthy. But Chinese empires were not imperialist, and looky whose video they were posting. Oh, found this motherfucker in the wild. I couldn't believe it. I was like, I know that logo. Oh yeah. Critical, it definitely could be, but it's not one thing. There's not one thing happening there. It's multiple things, basically. It's going to serve multiple purposes. China was not imperialist, laughs an ancient Korean. Aren't empires inherently imperial? Super dad. Stop bringing that whole logic and like rhetoric and grammar and basic understanding of words in here, right? Like, come on. You can't expect a tanky to understand what words mean. That's just unfair. And again, by the way, dictionaries are Western imperialist CIA propaganda. So you know. Well, I'm sorry I appear that way or I present myself in that manner to you, the OG pooper, which is definitely a high-class intellectual name unto itself. But stick around. Maybe I'll surprise, or maybe I'll change your mind, or maybe I will continue to meet your expectations. But either way, welcome nonetheless. Kaiser, nice. Oh shit, is Caitlin Bennett in chat? Nice. So yeah, I found this, I found a bunch of anarchists on fucking Reddit spun off another tanky, like let's make fun of tankies subreddit. And so, yeah, I was browsing it today. It definitely was an interesting experience to say the least. All right, so we covered Russia. Oh, China. France is going to lead the Quad naval drill in Indo-Pacific in an Indo-Pacific challenge to China. It is Australia, Japan, the U.S., and now France. France is going to lead the naval exercise. It's going to be in the Bay of Bengal next week. And they're seeking to improve actionable Indo-Pacific maritime security. It's named the La Pérouse exercise, named after the 18th century French naval officer and explorer. So, yeah, it's 3 days of drills. So we shall see what comes of that. But like I said, that region is going to continue to become a thing. Exactly, Cave. Exactly. Oh yeah, sourcing. Yeah. Yeah, the fucking monarchism and shit like that. Yeah, somebody mentioned it the other day, sourcing, and I saw it on maybe Reddit. I saw it somewhere. Let's see, what else did I have for today? I wanted to burn through. Da, da, da. Did your parents ever teach you that a please and a thank you goes a very long ways in this world? Given your rudeness already, I'm not exactly inclined to dance for you. But go watch last night's stream because we spoke at length on the overfishing and the Chinese naval militias. Not a commie, anarchist. So, if you'd like to have that topic covered, hey, Skeptic, go listen to last night's stream. I would for you, Marcus. Or with you, Marcus, rather than for you. Some people, Kaiser, some people just aren't socialized correctly. It's feeling like a new copy pasta. It's feeling like we may have a new copy pasta. But yeah, some people just aren't socialized correctly. That's all. They don't know how to interact with people. Hot parasocial sex achieved. So that's like, yeah, that's the headlines from today. Anybody else wants to jump into fucking voice, feel free. Hey there, Sue.
Hey, what up?
You know, like I said at the top of the show, the neuropathy's killing me because it was a workout day. But you know, I'm at this point, I'm just resigned to, like, I'm just gonna burn these nerves out. They were gonna get burned out one way or the other, right? It's so fuck it, let's do this. I might as well get some muscle back and not feel weak all the time. So, fuck it.
That makes sense.
Life is a series of trade-offs.
Well, you know, I mean, you know, most people would say that, you know, at least getting some exercise is good for you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna fucking do it. Again, like, we're gonna give it a good push here. We're gonna see what we can do. Thank you, Squid. And I mean, you know, a hot bath is usually the only thing that provides a certain level of, you know, satiation of symptoms. Yeah, exactly. Burn them out quicker. There'll be time for less pain. So yeah, how do you feel? I mean, granted, you know, with all of the caveats that come along with understanding the history of, you know, X, Y, and Z as far as U.S. governmental and indigenous population relations go, but how do you feel about fucking Haaland actually spinning up a specific unit to coordinate and investigate and maybe hopefully prevent missing and murdered indigenous peoples?
I think I think it's a start. If they actually go through with it, I'll be quite impressed.
Well, you know, journey of 1,000 miles and all of that jazz. It's a start. You know, you can't get to a finish without a start. So she started. Good on her. Yeah, that was like one of her first acts as secretary. Like, we're doing this. So
I have to say, good on her.
yeah,
But I'm still not.
yeah, same asterisk that I have, right? Like,
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, skeptic.
Angie, I meant to tell you I found several neo-feudalist subs on Reddit, Golden Black, Anarcho-Capitalism, ANCAP 101, etc., etc. Is this really a separate thing? Is this really a separate thing from neo-feudalism and people are confused, or is this another movement in disguise? Well, okay, so Angie, you have to understand, like, basically, everybody who isn't in ANCAP calls ANCAPs neo-feudalists at this point, because what they advocate for is, at its core, neo-feudalism. If you just remove the government, which is all that their claim to anarchy is, that they're just like, let's get rid of the government but keep capitalism. And they fail to recognize that that is an unjust coercive hierarchy and would just result in another de facto system of governance, only this one would be akin to the old feudalistic model of a lord in the manor who owns all of the surrounding lands and allows peasants to work the land for them. Right? Like, that's what it would result in. So everybody who has like a modicum of a political science understanding just calls ANCAPs neo-feudalists, because that's what they're advocating for. So, you know, yes. It was Angie asking a question a little while back. So yeah, that's why we all call it that. Fucking would go to the gym, hurt your neuropathy. Oh yeah, skeptic. Any fucking increased level of physicality seems to make my neuropathy flare like a motherfucker. Let's see.
Yeah, Price. I have had severe lung damage since I was 4 months old as a baby. So that was due to the Kill the Indian, Save the Child program in Canada, which is also nicknamed now the 60 Scoop, where they stole Indigenous children and put them into non-Indigenous homes to make profit off of them.
And a good profit it is. It's a healthy fucking profit. I think you heard some of those numbers. It's like, that's a fucking racket. Why does the right wing call everyone else communist? So weird. Because generally speaking, the average right winger has no political science. They have no theory. They have no civics. They have no educational understanding of these concepts. So to them, everybody left of them is a communist because of propaganda and just, you know, the zeitgeist of the day. A Cassidy. Price apologized to you. Said, "Oh, so sorry, didn't know." But it's a
problem.
Yeah,
well, now you know.
It's a teaching moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Every time somebody questions Sue's cough, Sue gets to educate people in one way or another about, you know, the genocide of his people.
Yep. Considering I am a product of that genocide, literally.
Skeptic. Fair enough, skeptic. Let's see. There we got the vaccine 5G chip conversation going. Always love to see that.
I noticed there's conversations about Canadian concentration camps.
Yeah, that started with I forget.
Just look at a reservation. Now you can see a concentration camp's real live.
Hey, OG Pooper, you want to get on the air and have a conversation with somebody who's been studying anarchism potentially for longer than you've been alive? I don't know how old you are, but I have a feeling that you're probably 20-something. Yeah, please explain to me more about a field that I have basically at this point dedicated my life to.
You're not your only one.
Yeah, it's always interesting when somebody who can't make a distinction between anarchists and communists begins to explain anarchism to me. even in the smallest of ways. It's always fascinating. It's like 2 + 2 = 12. And here's my dissertation on high-level mathematics. Sure. Okay, this is going to be a great paper. Seeing as you can't do basic math. Residential schools are heinous. Sorry, Lost Sue. That was from Zippy.
Hey, Zippy.
Oh, Story Girl. It's terrible. It's terrible. And I'm sorry you have diabetic neuropathy in your feet. I'm sorry you have diabetes, plain and simple. Yeah, Stray already called him out. An expert on anarchists, I see. Cat, I can Reddit and watch Twitch now. Fuck. Telling you, my man, you're gonna be up to 3 and 4 monitors soon anyway. You're gonna just be like, 2 monitors isn't really enough because I need a Discord window too. And what if I want to game and have Discord and have chat on the side? You're gonna be like, I need a 3rd monitor. It's a slippery slope, my man.
Is it true if you have a smaller second monitor that everything on it will be a lot smaller than what it would normally be?
Well, it all just depends on the resolution you set for that monitor.
Okay,
The monitors are independent resolution settings, so you can set them to whatever you may need. Like the one to my left is a it's a portrait or a vertically oriented monitor, so its resolution is actually short and long, rather than long and short. So yeah, you set them independently. That one over there.
This is how we're gonna do this. Look at your redeem points.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, here, I'll toggle it over if you want to see more.
Yeah.
That way it because it toggles over. But yeah, so they these two have the same resolution. This one has a different resolution. So yeah, but they're all independently controlled. And if you're running Windows 10, then what you can actually do is, like, because you can see this one's actually, it's difficult to see, but it's actually halfway. The edge of that monitor is halfway on this monitor. And this monitor is, like, sandwiched in between, or sort of like is in the middle of this one. So you can design this layout in Windows 10 so your cursor actually gets, like, locked. If I go up over here with my cursor, it runs into nothing. It just runs into the top edge. But if I go over here and go up, then it slides up to that monitor. So you can actually lay these monitors out the same way on Windows 10. So you can sort of have accuracy with your cursor in addition to the resolutions. So
nice.
Yeah. So, dual PC setup with 3080s and Threadripper processors are the next step here, ain't they? Cat, maybe. Let's see, a roof of monitors. Actually, I could do that. Not with this rig, but I could do that. I mean, that's firmly within my... I'm already having that issue. Don't legitimize it. Squid, yeah, Squid. Roof first. Yeah, I do. I need a 4th monitor, legitimately. But my, like, layout, I'd have to change my layout. But, yeah, let's see. I wish I could run multiple screens and multiple OSs on the same machine at the same time. You can, Critical. You can use virtualization engines to do that very thing. You could. Oh, without a VM. All right, sorry. I just caught up to it, Critical. Without a VM. Speaking of Roof, Proudly Radical and fam, the Roof Fund only has a few days left unless I can buy time by booking a reasonably distant work date. How much what do you, oh, hang on. Let's, where's my timer? There's my timer. All right, so let's do that and do that and put it into chat, and I'll leave the timer running. There we go. Okay, wait, do I need to... Hang on, I'm going to pop this motherfucker's chat history. Oh, you're adorable. OG Pooper said if I was in jail with you, I'd split you open like a coconut. Always the sign of a well-reasoned mind when they resort to empty threats online.
Shit, OG Pooper, if you were in jail with me, you'd be cleaning my cell, bitch. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Sue's a big boy. Sue is a big boy. He would work you. And if we were all in jail together, I'm pretty sure Sue and I are cool. So if you came for me, it wouldn't be good. Yeah. Let's see. Momo, yep, dropped in chat. Okay, Skeptic. Rock on. Yeah, cool, Story Girl. We'll see if they keep talking or not, and we'll just like do some mass reporting. So in an anarchable, let's see. In an anarcho-communist society, would hunting laws be the same as they are now? No, they would not. Would there be more restrictions? No, there would probably just be, there wouldn't be more or less, there would be different. And they wouldn't be necessarily implemented in the same way. Like restrictions would be more coordinated agreements between peoples and communities. That, you know, because in an anarcho-communist society, there wouldn't be an authority to clamp down on that sort of situation. Other than the peoples themselves. So if there was a hunting ground that we designated, say Sue and I lived in adjacent communities and we had a hunting ground between us, and my community started overhunting the hunting ground, Sue's community would take up residence in that hunting ground and prevent us from overhunting. Mm-hmm. That's how that would go. So there's not so much restrictions as there are agreements between, there's reciprocal agreements between affinity groups. And if one group breaks said agreement, there are consequences from the other affinity groups. Is it possible for some animals under an anarchist society to get back to their historic population size? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Due to the lack of commercialization and capitalist-driven incentives, you would find far more ecologically friendly hunting practices under that sort of society. Yeah. And yeah, that's the end of that sort of thing. Like, anything you want to say about indigenous hunting practices?
Other than we've managed to maintain for tens of thousands of years, maintaining all of the hunting practices and doing it responsibly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
speaks for itself.
Yeah.
What can you say?
And to be perfectly honest, a lot of hunters are super responsible. To be perfectly honest, most of the hunters of today are actually responsible hunters. A lot of the damage was done in an era that's already gone by. There was the sort of setter.
Am I an anarchist? Wait, Kai, am I an anarchist?
No, you would operate under anarchy as an indigenous person if you implemented your societal norms and style. Anarchists would probably classify your society or your culture as that of one of anarchy. But due to the lack of theorist knowledge, that's usually the distinction made, is that anarchists are the ones with theory knowledge. Anarchism is their version of anarchy that gets implemented with that deeper, like, philosophy and theory knowledge. But indigenous and naturalistic communities that practice anarchism without the theory are said to be operating under anarchy. So we would probably refer to you within like political science spaces as a proto-anarchist.
So that would be like an OG anarchist,
yes,
right?
Yeah. The thing that came before us but still operates a lot like us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we definitely would be something along the lines of proto-anarchist. Hey, positive.
Hey, aloha.
Hey, Price. Have a great night as well.
Yeah, where's this guy? How come he's not coming on? They're Mr. OG Pooper.
Oh, because they're always cowards. The ones that talk the biggest game. You know this. You've been around. You've been in fucking, like, violent fucking circles and shit like that. You know that. The dude in the bar who's screaming his fucking head off is the one you have to worry about the least.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing in jail. The guy that walks around talking big shit is always the one that'll run and lock himself up in his cage and call for the guards.
Yeah. It's that quiet motherfucker in the corner you got to keep an eye out on. That's how that rolls. Yeah. Are you suggesting poaching is a niche issue, not trying to strawman or anything? It's poaching happens, but again, poaching is a like a Western concept. To have poachers, you have to have laws. See that's the thing. So it's yeah. Without the regulatory framework, without the legal framework, and without the capitalistic and frankly colonialistic mindset, hunting practices change drastically. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, actually in Hawaii. Congratulations. I was in Atlanta as well. I was in Atlanta, punk. I was in Atlanta too. I've been all over this country. I don't know why your geographical location means anything to me, but I too have been to Atlanta.
I think I've passed through Atlanta once or twice. Back when the border used to allow me into the States.
In the before times.
In the before times, yes.
Yeah. I too have been to Atlanta. I want to go to Atlanta. I do too. Yeah. You're special. It's been, let's see, when was the last time I was in Atlanta? Oh God, it's coming.
I have a really interesting theory. So there's always been this story of the great city, the great lost city of Atlantis that just disappeared, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the world started splitting, they talked about this great city of Atlantis. It was through the history of this great mysterious city of Atlantis that just disappeared with its indigenous people who are very intelligent, wise, and had all this technology and shit. I often wonder, is that just the mystical statement for what's now called North America?
No, because the myth of Atlantis goes back to like ancient fucking pre-Greco-Roman times and shit like that. So like pre-European contact with the New World.
Exactly, but that's what I mean.
I mean,
because as the planet started to split aside, do you know what I mean?
Well, that's millions of years ago. That's an entirely different time period.
I kind of wonder.
Story. Yes. Yes, no, and a little bit of maybe so for that. Most assuredly, yes. But anarchist theory draws from more than just indigenous populations. There's proto-anarchist thought found within the Taoists, found within the Christian sects. There's a whole host of like Saint Francis of Assisi, the Tao Te Ching. There's a whole series of threads and veins of human thought and exploration, African tribal knowledge. Anarchism finds its roots all across this globe, quite frankly. So, again, in the words of Emma Goldman, network of ideas, and we much prefer it that way. All right, like as far as anarchists are concerned, we're willing to take a good idea as long as it's not an authoritative or oppressive idea. It's that simple. And, you know, we're pretty good about crediting where crediting's due. Some of us have not been that great in the past, but, you know, anarchists don't believe in, like, intellectual property. Very much a human knowledge belongs to the world sort of situation for anarchists. So, yeah, like, if the indigenous tribe in your region has a good idea, fucking anarchists, by all means, will fucking copy, borrow, steal. Like, good idea. Let's integrate it. But like I said, it's not always just the indigenous peoples. Oftentimes it's, you know, other groups as well. Like I said, St. Francis of Assisi actually contributed a whole bunch of praxis, basically, to anarchist theory. The Taoists contributed a whole fucking bunch as well. The Koreans got in on it. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people have contributed to the anarchist milieu as it stands today. But
Someone
yes.
wants to know if you're Antifa.
Am I anti-fascist? Yes, by definition, I am anti-fascist. Now, do you mean am I black bloc? That's a whole other question.
Show them your CIA card.
Yeah, are you a member of Antifa? Antifa membership dues. Thank you for the biddies, Momo. Insert kitten meme here.
Momo.
Yes. Kaiser. Is he a member of Antifa? Bro, you're talking to the founder of Antifa. Well, Story, always understand that praxis is theory put into action. So you can have direct action without theory. But when you take theory and you put it into action consciously, and then you reflect upon that, modify your theory and put that back into action, this is the circle of praxis. This is what praxis is. It's literally, definitionally, and political science, you know, as far as from political science perspective, but also real world brass tacks. That's what praxis is. It's theory put into action. So. And then reflected upon. Never forget the last step. There's 3 steps in praxis. There's taking theory, there's putting it into action, and then there's reflecting upon that in case you need to change or modify your theory. Like, oh shit, that didn't really work. Let's fucking tweak that and then put it back into action. Praxis is a circle.
Hey, Rev. We have a sister here that Squid who could use some praxis help if you're working on your praxis now.
Any suggestions or resources for bringing it into action? Rev, Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. It's not about a particular political philosophy or theory. It's about how to be a better activist, community organizer, and even just a member of a community. Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. Read that. Yeah. Whatever theory that you may apply to that after that, but Alinsky will teach you how to be a better activist or be a better organizer. So. Yeah, I could get behind that story, girl. I would probably make an argument that it. No, I'm on board. I'm on board. What does an anarchist praxis look like in a world where people can't imagine existence or action outside state-sanctioned activities and meritocratic earning? This has been driving me crazy. Seller, it looks like education. It looks like feeding people. It looks like coordinating with your neighbors. All right, so if like this,
Housing people.
yeah, like this is the thing, like just doing, but not doing it in a form or fashion where you're in charge of shit. The instant that you say, this is my organization and we will do it this way, congratulations, you're not operating as an anarchist anymore. But say my favorite example is always like an apartment building, just because a lot of people live in apartments and, you know, speak to people where they are sort of situation. But it works for, you know, communities, development communities, condos. It doesn't really matter. Your neighbors that you like don't pay a whole lot of attention to. Step 1, get to know them. Step 2, educate them slightly. You don't have to go into you don't have to talk about Kropotkin. You don't have to talk about Bakunin. You don't have to fucking roll out Chomsky. You don't have to talk about this crazy guy Kai online who's going to fucking introduce them to the meta-ethical underpinnings of anarchistic theory. You don't have to go into any of that. All you have to do is get together with your neighbors and start talking about how you can coordinate and allocate resources better. Hey, I mean, you know, I've got this window garden, and I got a whole bunch of herbs that I don't really use. I'm gonna dry them. I've just got this reserve of dried herbs in my house. If you ever need any, they're here. Oh, well, that's really cool because I shop at Costco, and I've always got extra rice and beans in my house. Oh, really interesting. All right, you're already building a food bank. Congratulations. Just keep growing. Add more neighbors, add more stuff. Oh, we've got water here. Oh, did you hear? Bill down in 2A lost his job. He's, you know, it's going to have some hard times ahead. Oh, well, let's deliver a food bundle to him. And you drop 50 pounds of fucking food on his doorstep of dried, prepared, storable food to keep him at least fed for the next few weeks or months, right? Welcome to anarchist praxis.
And if anyone wants to know the true meaning of praxis, there's a bot that is pumping out a link, a GoFundMe link, to help a community member here keep the roof over their head. So feel free to enjoy in full actual praxis. Just saying.
Let's see.
Make yourself feel good that you've helped somebody else rather than yourself. Learn the true feeling and joy of giving and praxis.
There you
Helping
go.
somebody else.
Be gone. Right there. We have a fascism command on the channel. I'm seeing notifications up here. I would argue that starts with education. All anarchist activism starts from education. There's people that were taught differently, and you're going to have to bring them up to speed. There are people that don't act with compassion, so you're going to have to bring them up to speed. All anarchist activism starts with education. 50% of what anarchists do is education. But after that, feed people, clothe people, house people. Make sure your neighbors don't get kicked out. Make sure that they don't starve in the streets. Care, compassion, empathy, kindness, sympathy, love, intent, wisdom, and will. Story girl. But that's a long conversation. The best way is to just to judge the situation. There's no universal. It's education and doing. But maybe somebody isn't empathetic. Maybe they do have a decreased empathetic response. Maybe speaking to them from a pragmatic position is the most efficacious manner. Maybe having, an increased rate of homeless people in your area is not what they want. And so maybe it would behoove them to, ensure that their neighbors don't get kicked out. Maybe it's more advantageous to have a functioning economy in your local community. And so maybe, it's that sort of thing. Like, you have to judge it based on the individual, based on the situation, that sort of scenario. Not everybody responds via compassion or empathy. You have to take into account the propagandization and the alienation of our society. You know, not to unduly speak like a Marxist, but you have to take into account their material conditions. You have to speak to people where they are. So, yeah, there is no singular praxis. There's different praxis for different spaces, different people, different times. What works in, you know, downtown Los Angeles will not work in the suburbs of Dallas, will not work in the middle of Australia, will not work in, you know, in the outskirts of London, these sorts of situations. And so anarchists should understand that they have to keep dynamism in their hearts when they are engaging. There's never any one answer. But education is, you know, the closest I can get to a universal answer. You got to catch a lot of them up.
I want to recircle back to a question.
Sure.
Just because I've been kind of waking up here. So when it comes to whether or not I'm an anarchist, I'm a Hunkpapa Dakota Sioux Nation. I don't fit into boxes.
Which is why we would call you a proto-anarchist, right? Like your culture, your practices inform or help inform some of the what we would refer to as the anarchist milieu or community, but you don't belong to. You merely contribute to. And I'm all elite. Anarcho-capitalism is voluntary. Your communist anarchism doesn't even make sense, has state control, because if we have voluntary community, you can't steal the riches of other men. Communism kills, folks. Hey, I'm all elite. Congratulations for being a fucking fool. Sorry to put it so bluntly. Anarcho-capitalism isn't a thing. It's a misnomer. It's an inorganic, bad faith mashup of terms that are antithetical to one another. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms, and the dismantling and replacement of them wherever they may lie. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical, it is inherently coercive, and it is inherently exploitative. So, explain to me how we can have a just exploitative system, how we can have a non-hierarchical hierarchy. What you're talking is gibberish. Anarcho-capitalism is actually neo-feudalism, given a different packaging and wrapper for the purposes of providing its adherents political cover because they're too cowardly to own their shit position. Thank you. Thank you for the chuckle. That made me. That was fun. Mao was not. You're dumb. Never mind. I'm sorry. I usually don't go there, but ANCOMs use force a lot like China under Mao. That was as close to ANCOM as the world has ever seen. Yes, that infamous anarchist ruler, Mao Zedong.
No. I'm an elite. Think of it this way, okay? Here's a real reality check for you, okay? You cannot really choose your job. They choose you and they force you to beg for that job, even though they need you, because without you, they don't produce any product. So, hello? That is slavery.
I mean, it's coercive by its very nature. What happens if you don't have the job? You get kicked out of your residence. You starve on the street. That is coercion. By its very textbook definition, that's coercion. That is antithetical to anarchism. And anybody who has even a 101 level understanding of anarchism grasps this. This is why even people like Noam Chomsky laugh at the concept of ANCAPs. It's, again, an inorganic, bad faith attempt at political cover because you don't want to own your shit position. The fact of the matter is you don't want Biden as your ruler. You want Elon Musk as your ruler instead. I don't want rulers, period. Yeah, Estrella. Well, just don't lose your job. Easy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, pick yourself up by your bootstraps when you don't have any bootstraps to pick yourself up with. Yeah, that works.
Just, deny the laws of, you break the laws of physics. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Totally a thing you can do.
Yeah.
How do you practice praxis without any human interaction? Asking for an antisocial introvert with panic attack inducing sociophobia. Critical. Right? Engage online. You can most assuredly act as a coordinator online for other local and community projects. There's a whole host of open source stuff you could get involved in. That's solid anarchist praxis. Yeah, you can engage at a distance.
Personal possessions are not on the chopping block. I'll just say that straight out. Personal possessions are not on the chopping block and never have been.
Yeah. Anarchists don't have a problem with personal property. It's private property. And understanding the legal... Hey, Gaga, blog. Thank you for the follow. Understanding the legal and economic distinctions between public, personal, and private property is probably, 101 class territory. There's no anarchists that are against personal property. There's, very few communists even that are against personal property. And understanding the distinction between personal and private property is probably the way to go. Yeah, go for it, Kat. You can just do that.
No, Kat, you're a fascist. You can't come in here.
Whether dynamism is willing to change, willing to shift in nature. Let's see. So I'm just trying to catch up. What's up, Kat?
Yo.
What up, fascist?
What's good, caller? Donashkat, y'all.
I couldn't help it.
Astamite, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, aka literally levitate.
What is the difference between personal property and private property? Asks email.
You know your toothbrush that you have on your sink? That's personal property. You know the place that your landlord is claiming that he owns, you owe him rent?
Private.
Yeah, it's private.
Yeah, so things like businesses, state infrastructure, that sort of shit.
Yes,
that's private property.
Yeah, whether the answer to your question is actually yes. It's a headspace that I'm comfortable being in. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Story Girl. That's why ANCAPs are just neo-feudalists. That's all. There's no. It's just hilarious to hear them talk. It's like, do you not hear yourself? Thank you, Momo. Thank you for the biddies. It literally just got answered.
Wait, who?
Let's see. I'm coming for your toothbrush. Watch out.
Well, there are those people.
Cassidy saying we set up food pantry and supply drop boxes similar to the mini free libraries where people can bring things and they have extra and take things that they need. We post their locations online. Solid praxis. Let's see. It depends. Fire for sale. It depends how you set up your housing system, to be quite honest. But, ideally, yes, we should have housing as a right. Yeah. And hey, Brap. Bread. Yeah, bread. We need to seek to abolish capital, not the products of labor. story, it's not redundant. It's classifying it as the new iteration of it. It's a temporal marker rather than a philosophical change marker.
Right. Like, for example, like neoconservatism, like conservatism, like in its original state, is like adherence to a monarchy, whereas like neoconservatism wants to seek adherence to like a nation state and like market forces and shit. There's a difference there, but like it's, you know, it's an important distinction to make.
Gagablog. How about Bitcoin? Fuck Bitcoin. I'm sorry, I have no room, I have no time. Fucking Bitcoin, 1, is bad for the environment. 2, fucking missed the boat as a currency replacement. Instead, fucking speculators came in and started treating it like a commodity they could speculate on, which ruined the entire application of Bitcoin as a currency replacement mechanism. And 3, cryptocurrency evangelists are some of the most obnoxious people, like right up there with vegans, CrossFitters, and a teenage atheist.
Vicious or Victorious, we already have that. But the armies are workers like we have in Amazon.
Yes, track. Yeah, your home and your yard would be personal property. And under like an anarchistically informed system, what determines that would be use and occupation. And I don't mean like your job. I mean, you're literally occupying the space and you are using it. That determines like ownership under an anarchistically organized system, right? That back 150,000 square acres that you technically own. Yeah, that does not fall under it. That falls under private property. Unless you are actively utilizing it for some sort of productive manner, then you're just trying to squat on it for all intents and purposes. That's where the distinction starts to get drawn.
And I'm elite. No, see, private property is like landlords who are selling to you property that they don't use, that is stolen land, and trying to squeeze a profit out of it. Whereas private property or personal property is something like you actually live there, like Kai just finished saying. You live there, you actually reside in it. That would be considered private or personal property rather than private property, which is for... And yes, Red Pill, an Xbox is personal property.
And that's an interesting linguistic notation that you made, Bread Pill. They notated that Americans seem to say conservatism, where Canadians say conservativism. I've never noticed that, but as a vegan, you're completely right. LMAO.
No, you might want to take a look in history book and look into like the treaties and the whole entire genocidal acts of the United States and Canada. Just a little bit of a hint.
Bread, and I had a teenage atheist phase. Oh my, yeah. I'm sorry, but it's just the truth. Fucking it's vegans, teenage atheists, CrossFitters, and cryptocurrency people. Like, just wait a minute. They'll tell you. They'll tell you.
Marjorie Taylor Greene doing those fucking kip up like shoulder.
Yes, I saw the MGT CrossFit stuff.
Dude, that shit was crazy.
CrossFitters are so fucking obnoxious, and they have one of the highest rates of injury of any subset, any athletic subset. They are notorious for fucking themselves up.
Dude, I was like watching that. I was just like, dude, this woman's gonna blow her fucking shoulders out.
Yeah, they have no physiological understanding, no athletic understanding. They're just like, just randomly do movements.
Sweat more. It works. I promise.
Yeah, that was funny. Let's see. And oh yeah, I said hi to RZ. And by the way, RZ, my name is Kai, Kai. You can call me Talker if you want. It's my personal use forest. Fire sale.
No, that would apply even if you were like to look at Hawaii, the Pacific Islands, New Zealand, Australia, Africa.
Dude, Hawaii, we straight stole. Dude, look into the history of how Hawaii became a state. That's a fucked up story.
Mm-hmm.
We straight jacked it. Like, just straight jacked it. Like, not even, like, just, and it's ours.
I personally, Kaiser, don't like to read. I learned from a young age that reading is one thing, but to live it is something totally different.
Let's see. Why is that? CrossFit is notorious for causing.
Well, then again, there's Ireland and Scotland as well. Plus, probably a lot more different places too.
Basically, everywhere Britain ever went. You can just map it that way.
Yeah.
CrossFit's notorious for causing rhabdomyolysis. If you're not familiar with what rhabdomyolysis is, it's the breakdown of skeletal muscular structure to the point where the broken muscular cells enter into the byproduct tract, and so you end up with kidney excretions, and it taxes the kidneys to potentially to an overwhelming point, and you have kidney toxicity and shutdown. And urine ends up looking like, I don't know, kind of dark, bloody, yellowish, like it's really fucked up. But yeah, CrossFit. Fucking good old CrossFitters.
And you can't sit there and go, well, we occupy it now, so it's personal property right. No, that's a bad faith argument. Because if you really took an honest look at it, all the violations of treaties would make any claim that you have to whether it's Canada or the United States as false, and basically all of it reverts back to Indigenous people. But we don't want to go down that road, right? Because, oh my God, like, you can't use the law that way. It's like, no.
Yeah, RZKAI, the first one that you typed, KAI, 1A. Kai.
And Brett, what is this Department of Interior Secretary Deb Haaland? Hawaiians are not a tribe? What?
Interesting. Yeah, I'm just looking at it. It's that's something I'm not even gonna get into. But that is a fascinating take. Let's see. This is fair. I'm a gamer. You're a talker guy. Though now I'm a typer, and maybe I may be a movier tonight. Rock on. And for those of you that are in the Discord community, we're doing a bad movie screening tonight. Stop on by. It's going to be after this stream. You're welcome to participate. Fucking Cassie Myoglobin. Yeah. Kismet. Hey there, Kismet. Britain colonized half the damn planet, and Spain and France tried their best to grab the rest. World history, it's a trip. It is. Yes, your body eats your muscles, y'all, and you kill your kidneys in the process. CrossFit is literally toxic. Let's see. No, yeah, Astamite. I'm pretty sure people have died from it too.
In my Discord as well, so if you want, you can just throw it into stream ideas, and that'll be awesome. Then I can take the time to actually go over that on stream and give you my thoughts on it.
Invite. Yeah, give me 1 sec. 30 minutes. One use. Copy. Who needed it? Super Dad. We're watching The Astrologer, 1976. It's the Craig Denny one. And who needed? Seller needed it. There we go. Quick whisper. Check your whispers, Seller. Done. Astamite, it's gonna be a couple hours. So maybe not, you know. Scroll. Yoo-hoo Zippy. Yep. Give me 1 sec. Just generate. We once upon a time there was an open Discord link.
Once upon a time. God.
I think Red Pill. I think I would probably feel more comfortable with, like, say, Silver Spook or Positive, being that they're both from that area, in with me to go over it. Just,
Yes.
respective positions.
Let me just check this one. Yep, that's it. Astomite, that for who asked? Yeah, Angie, check Astomite's link. There you go. I have a standing invitation to fucking like Polynesian community in Hawaii.
Seriously?
Yeah, as an elder.
God damn, son.
Yeah.
Look at you.
There's a few things that, Kai has up his sleeves. Hey, Jack. No worries. Duffy, also for that CrossFit marathon thing, those people have to be on so much gear. Roy, ZPO, etc. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh, 100%. They're all juicing like a motherfucker, son. You don't get the muscles that they get from, like, the shit that they're doing, dude. They're literally just putting strain on their ligaments and calling it muscle exercise.
I mean, you are hashtag secretly 80. Thank you, Squid. Oh, shit. Cassidy and I have a lot of overlap in our athletic history. Yeah, trail runners, untrained rock climbers. I've seen somebody fucking take just a not a header, but they lost their grip on a free climb and they just whee! They were paralyzed. They survived it, but they were paralyzed.
I'll stick to my recreational fist fighting. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Something tells me that it's slightly safer.
It is.
Funnily enough.
It is. What were you gonna say, Sue?
I was just gonna say, if Positive Synergy is still in the chat with us, Red Pill, you can probably ask them or Silver Spook. It would probably be a lot better because I don't really like to speak for other people's nations. A whole hell of a lot. And because both Positive Synergy and Silver Spook both stream as well, it would probably be better to get that information from the source.
Momo, thank you for the biddies. I gotta run. Last minute cheers. Y'all do some shenanigans to Kai. Sue, this is your shilling cue.
Oh, God. If you love that pretty looking face that's sitting in front of you right now on screen, and you honestly enjoy this content and love this content creation that this beautiful young man is doing for you every night,
Yeah, man.
please, if you can afford to, not that it's necessary, if you can afford to, and it's a difference between paying your rent or buying food or maybe gift subbing or biddies, please take care of the things that are really important to you first. That is a necessity of life. But if you have some extra and you feel, very kind and compassionate and generous this evening, please feel free to gift sub or offer up some biddies. Like, look at this beautiful young man. He worked so hard to bring you such beautiful content every night. Whether it's dealing with chuds and making a huge joke and in pure enjoyment and entertainment out of the whole situation, or bringing you very important information and knowledge and wisdom to help you upon your path and walk in life. Like, damn.
Yes,
Yeah,
he's-
Zippy, I
he
am
is.
a whole
He-
lot better at shilling for others than I am myself.
He is.
Hey, another gifted.
I have a
Thank
feeling
you.
that may have been Squid. I just have this weird feeling that the anonymous thing was Squid.
Here it goes.
Fucking, we're doing a capitalism, folks. Either way,
Can we get a hype train?
whoever,
It's already started.
yeah, whoever was just gifted anonymously, thank you kindly, and congratulations to Crystal Conifer, Thomas Kaler, CMYK Ninja, Rev Meat Toad, and Fire for Sale. You have some random anonymous benefactor to thank. Squid, I swear it was not me. All right, fair enough.
And yes, Story Girl, yes. Let us not forget the gentle education of newbie anarchists like yourself, Story Girl. Yes, this beautiful content. Like, can we get a hype train?
Oh god.
Is it possible?
Am
Is it?
I still here?
Yeah, you are. Yes.
Okay, cool. The fucking PC just went dark for like a split second.
Yeah, cave diving is not a thing I ever participated in. That's a whole other fucking ball game. I don't fuck with cave diving. I have done some scuba, though I'm not certified. How could you not experience that and then put your head on your pillow at the end of the day of the occurrence and say to yourself, "This is a good day"? Honestly, like it's not that. Oh, and Angie, did you see? Yes, there are 2 movies called The Astrologer. Yeah, I'm fully aware. We're watching the. I will tell you guys before the screening. I'll tell you some of the backstory so you know what you're getting into. This movie is going to be. Let's just say, smoke your weeds and strap the fuck in.
Smoke your weeds.
Yes, smoke your weeds.
Did we actually get a hype train started?
Hey.
Yeah, we did. We got it started a while ago.
Yeah, Seven and R. Thank you for your Prime sub. And Cassidy, it's gonna pop in a second. Thank you for the biddies, Cassidy.
Oh, I didn't even realize that there was a hype train because for whatever reason it didn't show up.
Yeah,
No, I did it a while ago. You kicked it off a while ago, son.
Momo's biddies fucking kicked it off, and then fucking, with Momo's prompting, Sue did a capitalism.
Yeah.
I have edibles and goldfish, baby. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're gonna Squid. Fair enough.
3 people.
Squid knows who the anonymous was. I won't press you for that information. I don't need to know. As long as it wasn't you, Squid, I'm okay with it. It's fine. Yes. I Victorious. We saw. We're doing a thing here, but yes, I saw what you had posted. No more lockdowns. Britain will treat COVID like the flu, says Chris Whitey. I don't fucking know how we pronounce it. I think it's Whitty. Quote, accepting some virus deaths is a price of allowing people to live a whole life, says the chief medical officer. So look forward to that if you live in Britain. Following our lead, I see. I hit my head and lost orientation when a current hit me once. I thought I was going to die, but a second later I surfaced. Rock on. A whole life in this economy? Yeah, cave diving is not a thing I would encourage anybody to ever do. I don't know what my, I honestly don't know what my free climb record is anymore. But yeah, I've done some stupidly high free climbs. I wouldn't, again, recommend it unless you're young and immortal still. But yeah.
Can we people, like, we got like just a little over 2 minutes.
Yeah, you got 2.5 if you want to pump some more.
Feel free, people. Like, is part of that.
If you're wondering what it goes to, it goes to one of three things: covering costs for things like hosting or channel emotes, that sort of stuff, getting those done, or it goes to feed my book addiction, or there is actually I do have a schedule set up. It is pulling money out, and so we're gonna see if we send Kai back to school for a poli-sci degree. So that's sort of the long-term push goal for the channel. Also, there is an offer on the table. It was 5,000 to Food Not Bombs, and I believe, it was fully funded 2 years of community college plus $5,000 donation to Food Not Bombs, and you can get a Femboy Kai stream. We'll do makeup, we'll do a wig, we'll do a dress or something like that. So if you want that, that is on the table. But good luck. Yes, motorboat. I was a skydiver for a long time. And yeah, I've done a couple of base jumps. I think I've only done 2 base jumps in my career. But yeah, rock climbing, rappelling, whitewater, skydiving. I mean, these were just sort of I grew up on skis. I've done double black diamonds when I was like fucking 8 and shit like that. Yeah.
Fanboy Kai cooking stream.
I'm down with it.
So yeah, I did a whole bunch of like extreme sports. Zippy, I am almost 40. I am 38, gonna be 39 this year.
Nice.
Jack, living's overrated.
Just get into boxing, dude. It's about the same rush.
I mean, look, I've never boxed, admittedly, but there's no way it compares to jumping out of a plane at like 15,000 feet.
Well, see, you say that until you knock somebody the fuck out in front of and a cheering crowd, friends and family all there watching you, refs pulling you out, just that sort of.
So, sorry, Zippy.
I'm sure it's that same camp.
Well, you could get a rush, but I'm sorry, but that first step out of a fucking plane is a whole other ball game. Hype train success. Thank you, Sue. And Zippy, yes, I am in fact that old. It is a thing. And let's do, if you're not already following Sue, by the way, you should be. Link in chat. Go follow Sue. Follow Sue. Sue covers indigenous topics, rights, culture, anything within the wheelhouse of indigenous society. Sue is going to be present for.
Which is why half the time I'm over here. It falls into the indigenous wheelhouse.
Elite, you can have currency mechanisms in anarcho-communism. You can have market solutions. You can have all sorts of stuff. It just depends. You can have non-market. You can have market. It just depends which system you want to engage in. Yeah. Or you could have common resource pool usage and elimination of the currency and market mechanisms entirely. Just depends which theory track you want to go down.
And I do want to stress that Kai being a friend of mine is also a bonus to that faction.
Здравствуйте, шлеми. Ты хорошо?
Yeah, what Kat said.
Cat's just a fascist. Don't mind him.
Kaiser, I'll teach. Look, if you want me to like fly out there for like fucking like I don't know, like 3 months, like pay my lodging and shit, I'll do that. I'll do like some weird personal trainer shit.
Nice. There you go. You can live in the shack in the back of his yard. He fucking posted on Discord today.
I'll do it, son.
Yeah, no insulation, no fucking anything. Like, doesn't even see those windows.
Y'all underestimate what I'm willing to put up with for some money.
Kaiser saying shit. I might take you up on that offer someday.
Dude, I'm down. Like, no bullshit, too. Like, I'm down.
Schlemmy wants to know how much.
What?
How much?
I don't know. What's like a bougie rate?
Well, give me 1 sec to do some rough calculations. But
Well, I mean, like average. Okay, so here's.
I'm gonna say $36,000
Yeah, that's fine.
for 3 months of personal training, 1-on-1, like 5 days a week sort of situation, maybe even 7 days a week. Yeah, $36,000 for 3 months of work is fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that's not bad. I'd do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like on-site, on-residence, like personal trainer service for 3 months straight. 36
Well,
is a
it's
fair.
not just personal training too. I'd be teaching them like fighting skills on top of that.
Well, that's all
Like,
personal
sparring.
trainer. That's you're their trainer. Whether it's
Right.
boxing, whether it's calisthenics, whether it's well, you're probably not the guy to go to for diet.
Nah.
You're like, I'll teach you how to fight and exercise, but you know. No, that's actually you are. Every time they go to eat something they shouldn't eat, you just eat it yourself. Just snatch it out of their fucking hand and eat it. Like, nope, that's mine.
He's Korean and German too, so I got some good pickings.
Skeptic. I mean, not initially. Initially, I would just go to community college. I go to like Southern CSN, Community College, Southern Nevada. We used to call it CCSN, but now it's just CSN. I would just go community college for those first degrees. No, I wouldn't. Could I make it to it? Yeah, that's not a thing, not an issue. But I mean, whether I'd have that staying power to like drive all the way up to. By drive, I mean make the journey from those lower degrees all the way up to needing to go to one of those higher level universities. Yeah, like.
Oh, so I gotta be your debate partner as well, Kaiser. That's another $200.
No. That's cheaping yourself out. That's another 1,000.
Ah, damn. I could give him like personal rhetoric, like advice too.
And it's gonna be 5K more if you have to punch the fucker out.
Well, yeah, actually, if I'm like being contracted to do like an amateur fight, yeah, you gotta shell some dollars.
Bread pill. None of this would be for career path. That's not a thing I have to worry about. If we sent me back to school for a political science degree, one, it's just to provide a level of legitimacy to what I yell about, and two, it's for shits and giggles. It's to send a fucking 40-year-old anarchist into some like neo-lib fucking centered hyper-capitalistic bullshit poli-sci course to fucking just create waves. Yeah.
Would I fight Jens Pulver? If it was like Muay Thai rules, maybe. But like if it's MMA rules, fuck no.
Yeah.
I can't grapple for shit. I'll be the first to tell you that. I can teach you how to clinch. I can teach you how to do some decent roundhouses, some push kicks. I could teach y'all some spinning shit, a little bit, tiny bit. But fucking, you're asking me like how to pass guard and how to like set up arm triangles and shit, and like how to fucking like set up like fucking like omoplatas from guard and shit. I ain't got nothing for you, son. I ain't got grappling at all, son. That's just not me.
Whatever happened to the guy that was supposed to come in here?
I don't fucking know.
Oh no, they're always cowards. I mean, I say always. 98% of the time, they're cowards. They just 98 out of 100 times, they're just like, yeah.
Who is it, Estrella? What? No jiu-jitsu? I've done a little bit of jiu-jitsu. It's just I don't know. My back doesn't fuck with it, for one, and for two, it's just I don't know. I'm just not that good at it, to be frank. Like I've done like like 2 months here, 3 months there. I roll with some guys fairly regular. I'm just not good. Like I just don't have a talent. I just don't have the talent to like choke people out and shit. It's just not my thing. I can sprawl on somebody, okay?
Hey, Cat.
Like if I need to.
Cat.
What's up?
Estrella says they talk politics, but also talk MMA and conspiracy theories.
Who is it?
They're
Oh,
right up your alley.
oh God. God help
don't
us if
know.
it's socialist MMA.
If it's that guy, then fuck him. I can't. I can't do it with him.
Let's see. Oh, and I love that Skeptic is basically like having a conversation with the bot at this point. Fucking Skeptic said, "You'll be the anarchist Ben Shapiro in the classroom," and the bot replied by saying, "Hey, Skeptic, did you know Ben Shapiro's wife is a doctor?" And he replies back to the bot, "Oh, fuck me." And the bot replies back, "Hey, did I hear my name? Why, hello there, Skeptic. I'm sure happy to see you." Skeptic replies back to the bot, "I love this. I don't know why." Skeptic's like having a conversation with the bot in chat right now. I love it. First one to fully engage like that, Skeptic.
Wait, does this mean you set up a chat bot? It's Laugh and I actually think I recognize the username.
It's Laughed and Recpod? Laughs and Recpod.
That sounds super familiar to me. Let me see if I can.
Is Utopianist a real team? I don't know what you're specifically asking, RZ, but Utopianism is fucking goofy as shit.
Oh, I've seen this dude before. Fuck. Yeah, I don't know much about him. I'll have to check him out.
Well.
Hey, what's up?
There we go. Just replying to Katie Cat. Fucking, I have to watch this ad. So I put it in chat. Like, sorry. Like, I couldn't reply back.
No, I hear you.
RZ, yeah, we call them Puritopians around these parts, and I fight against them continuously. Part of, like, my life's goal is to re-educate half of my anarchist brethren into understanding that to eschew progress in the pursuit of perfection is counterproductive, and that implementing a full style, like a wholesale revolution, is goofy as shit, and it's not something you're going to accomplish. So, progress is a game of inches, not miles. So yeah, it is very much part of my praxis to reintroduce a touch of pragmatism back into the anarchist milieu. I'm fully aware that there is a contingent of anarchists who are very much, would be described as, well, around these parts we call them Puritopians, because one, they want the utopic setting, and two, because they apply purity tests to other anarchists. So we've sort of mashed it up and call them Puritopians. So. Yes, exactly, Zippy. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Oh, you're adorable. Why can't you get COVID, South Carolina? South Carolina 1. I don't have COVID. I can't get COVID. I can't spread COVID. Why do I need a mask? So do we do this forever? Hey, South Carolina, let me put it to you this way. We live in one of the most surveilled countries on the planet. Right? We have the NSA, we have cameras everywhere, corporations looking at us, facial recognition technology everywhere. Why don't you want to wear a mask and sunglasses? Right? Like, you have literally just been handed a all-access pass to defeating facial recognition technology en masse, and you are eschewing it because reasons why. Like, when everybody started wearing masks, that was one of the highlights of my fucking year. You're shitting me. I get to wear like a black ninja mask and dark sunglasses and go into a bank? They used to arrest you for shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
So why you bitching?
They still do. There are
brush their teeth. Might work.
Like,
What's it?
you walk into a bank and you have a mask on, it's still within the law. It's just now that there's COVID and and the whole country is forcing you to wear a mask, that you get to wear a mask into a bank, where literally prior to that, if you walked into a bank with a mask on, like now, they would either shoot you or arrest you or both.
Yeah. And the order may be one or the other. You're under arrest. Pop, pop, pop. Or pop, pop, pop. You're under arrest. Either or.
Mm-hmm. Either or. depending upon the cop's mood that day.
Yep. Yeah, I just fucking like I always love these people. Like I'm guessing you're already gone, South Carolina 1, but hey Shala. Seeing as you're not replying to my prompt, because I'd really love to know.
Yeah. It's just funny. Constantly complaining about the deep state, given a reason to wear a mask, and it's just like, nah.
Oh, they've been in here once before.
Have they?
Yes, I popped out. You ready? I just popped out their chat history. All,
that's what the memes.
All capitals. Imagine this nonsense. All right. A transgendered man from New Jersey is suing Amazon for pregnancy discrimination, failure to accommodate workplace retaliation, and harassment based on gender identity, alleging he was harassed by employees after informing his supervisor about his pregnancy. It's the only other thing that account has ever said in this channel.
Good God, man.
Some people just never learn.
Yeah, bread pill. You can only wear a balaclava without freaking people out in ski places. Right back there, I've pulled it out before. My name is covering it right now, but right back there, there's actually a balaclava. There's like that's where beanies and gloves and stuff get stored, like hanging up on that wall. And you know, yeah, there is in the mix up back there a balaclava, purely from the old skiing days. So
Clear.
Yeah. Some people are so offended by their own breath they don't want to wear a mask.
Dude, that's actually kind of my working theory. I just think a lot of these people just don't want to brush their fucking teeth.
Balaclava.
Not that fucking bad, dude.
Balaclava is super tasty. That's super dad. Wait, what did... Actually, that is probably true.
Wait, what's up?
Good night, Super Dad. Fucking RZ said, in China, there's more people living rurally than there are living in the whole of the U.S. Probably true. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. I can't verify it one way or the other, but yeah, that feels accurate.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
It's a fucking massive country. Your song actually fucked me up while I was playing a game.
Uh-huh.
I was like, why is there like an extra beat here? And I was just like, oh, that's why.
Curious, I bet there's more armies living underground than there are people in America.
Probably.
That's my go-to favorite conspiracy theory is DUMBs, deep underground military bases. It's this theory that the Air Force is in charge of an entire squadron, basically, of mining machines, and that they've dug out entire, like, domed cities worth of underground spaces, and there's these, like, underground, like, deep underground complexes that the military created. Yeah, it's my favorite go-to conspiracy theory.
Gotcha. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to remember this other conspiracy theory that I heard about a while ago. It had something to do with something similar. It was more like just like basically people thought that think that like the FBI and shit has like algorithms and shit that can like basically track like with a series of like drones. It leans into like that 5G shit. Where they basically think like everything's monitored. They have like certain keywords that trigger shit, like that sort of thing. So that's another one that I like. Just straight up like just paranoid schizophrenia, but technologicized. I don't fucking know the exact term.
Interesting. That kicked off a whole stuff. Fucking stuff. Shit. Zippy. Well, if they've done it, they've done it in Nevada. Skularu, my dad got annoyed at me when I tried to tell him that the things that humans need should be free, and they could be, if we decide as a society they should be. Your dad has spent his life, inundated with propaganda and a normalized societal setting that is contraindicated to what you said, Skularu. So, understand his conditions.
See,
What are you saying, Sue?
I was just saying goodbye to Zippy. They're gonna pop up.
All right. Catch you later, Zippy. Story Girl is writing a sci-fi setting based on a similar concept, but it's aliens building a planetary defense network, not bunkers for billionaires. Let's see. The QAnon shit has gone too far.
They don't really need the ISIS angle, Skeptic. They've already kind of got it down with like just the shit going on and like the Turkmenistan shit.
Katie Cat, do you read theory? And if so, what do you recommend? It depends. Katie Cat, small, medium, or large, you tell me, and I'll give you a recommendation. How much do you want to read? Do you want to read like this? Do you want to read like this? Or do you just read like that? You tell me, small, medium, or large, and I'll point you in a direction. Keep in mind, I do anarchist theory. Like, that's, if you're looking for anything outside of the realm of anarchism, then I'm probably not going to have a ready recommendation for you. Small or medium. All right. Are you new to anarchism, or are you familiar with anarchism and you're just looking to further your knowledge? The boring, somewhat familiar. All right.
I just realized Kai has like strong first weed dealer energy going on right now.
Oh yeah, no, I for real, like I know what I'm doing. Like I'm very much the first hits of freebie, so it was the second, third, fourth, and fifth. But yeah, no, I 100%. Here you go. Kitty Cat. And welcome, by the way. Sorry about the fucking ad. It is what it is, right? The Government of No One by Ruth Kinna. It's going to cover a bunch of people. It's going to cover some theory. It's going to cover people. It's going to cover some historical events. It's going to cover some places. Fairly well sourced. So go ahead, go from there. Skularu, me without the beanie. RZ. Jesus Christ. I didn't recommend on anarchism because one, that's like entry level. And two, it's, that sort of thing. But yeah, once they tell me they're like somewhat familiar, then you can sort of skip on anarchism as far as I'm concerned. Like that's your like baby's first anarchy book. Yeah, we've entered the beanie arc. That's for Yeah, we've entered the beanie arc. It took us 256 episodes to enter the beanie arc. I mean, to be perfectly honest, most of those weren't on Twitch.
That is true.
So, there is Katie, but we don't we don't just give it. There's no just like Discord command, because of abuse. So. Check your whispers. Where's the glasses arc? I don't recommend Malatesta fucking or Conquest of Bread, like either as starter texts. They're just, I don't know. They're not approachable or accessible.
I would say Conquest of Bread. Okay. Credit where credit is due. Pyotr Kropotkin knows how to like write like a. He has like narrative structure going from. He knows how to be a writer. It's just that doesn't. A lot of what he writes though is just kind of like. Not really satisfactory.
Isn't like Conquest of Bread like a really big read too?
Rev.
It is, but like he he doesn't really use a lot of the page. It's like that kind of writing. Like you can breeze through it if you're like familiar with like just a lot of political jargon and already like familiar with like socialistic concepts.
Bread. I'm gonna write a fucking starter text one of these days, and it's gonna be like one sentence. We're gonna go. Yeah, we're gonna go full post-anarchist, and just feel like the anarchism was inside you the whole time. The end.
Yeah.
All right, like that's we'll go full post-anarchist on their asses and just write that as text. But yeah. The real anarchism is the friends we made along the way. Exactly. Kaiser, I actually liked On Anarchism. It was way too basic, but I actually learned a lot about Chomsky's personal life. I used to have some gripes about Chomsky, but I understand his positions a lot better now. Yes. When you read it, you as an anarchist, like because Kaiser was already an anarchist. Like that's the difference. I would tell you, like, you know, if you are an anarchist, like if you're already ascribing to theory of anarchism, and you have qualms with Chomsky, read On Anarchism. It actually may resolve a lot of that. It will give you some insight into the man. Bye, public.
Oh, see you, public. I think you might have to redo the wording for the bot on that one. Either there's punctuations missing or something, just not quite. The last bits of that sentence is a little off. Do you know what I mean? Like,
oh
saying?
yeah, I see what you. There's a comma necessary there. I see what you're talking about. Give me one sec. Anaprim responses.
I don't mean to sound like a school teacher or anything. Like,
no. These are usually done on the fly in a stream, so I appreciate it.
Called. That's actually a good way to go. That's kind of a Wither. I dig that. I dig that idea.
Yeah. Console. Let's see. What?
God damn it.
I mean, literally the first response. Victorious. Come on. Stop posting bullshit. Literally the first response to that. Very misleading. The absolute number of adverse events will obviously go up with a number of vaccines given, and we're given COVID vaccines, than more of COVID vaccines than any other since 1990. But the proportion of events has not increased. And somebody else went went the distance and read the first 100 reports of deaths. Almost all of them were in patients already in hospice units. 1/2 of them said there was an outbreak in the hospice unit. Fucking knock this anti-vax shit off. The title and summary have to be super long, but the text inside just one line and the rest is a notebook. Yeah, I like that. Like, we'll fill the fucking cover with, like, the title and then the subtitle and that sort of shit. And then you open it. The anarchism was inside you the whole time. Feel free to use the rest of the book.
Here's a nice paperweight.
Yeah, I like it. I dig that. That's a good idea, Wither.
Hey, what's going on? Let's...
I'm gonna read it. Wait, what did fucking Cassie say that? Oh, there we go. Okay, so, and then it was I love trying to follow conversations that you're like, okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. The occult features of anarchism. Oh, for love of God. That's what Astray and Cassidy are talking about. Dude, Cassidy, Astray, that book is batshit insane. Kat and I sat on a fucking call one weekend and read like half the book. It's batshit insane. There and that's how we learned to ignore everything David Graeber ever said. Because he fucking like he does an intro, like he has a quote for the intro of the book saying how fascinating it is and how it should be an entirely new field of academic inquiry and shit like that. It's like, holy shit. Basically, the long and short of it is that anarchism, Marx, communism, socialism, they're all creations of the Illuminati and perpetrated upon the globe by the Freemasons. That's the long and short of it. It's the book is crazy as fuck. So yeah, strap in. If that's what you're after, just know what you're getting into. Oh yeah, Squid. I can, if you want to, wow, if that's true, then Freemasons sound pretty cool. Squid, I can point you in the right direction. Yeah, it's a whole fucking thing. It is absolutely batshit insane. But yeah.
I feel you, Victorious, but like, there's a fine line you're walking there.
Yeah, oh yeah, Casual. It is. Casual's like, sounds like it's full of anti-Semitic dog whistles. Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
RZ, depends what you're after. Feel free to pick any of these, RZ. Here's the recommendation if you don't like to like read a shit ton. Go for On Anarchism by Noam Chomsky. If you're down with some more reading, go with The Government of No One by Ruth Kinna. If you really want to know a shit ton, go for Demanding the Impossible by Peter Marshall. There you go.
Hey, Victorious, I thought you were like super pro big business. When that change?
Bread Pill? I have no fucking clue, but all I know is when we read that, Kat and I were like, oh, okay. Cool. Duly noted, David Graeber. You're crazy too.
My working theory is that I like banged her one night. Like just one night stand type deal, kept in contact, trying to get it again, and it just, you know, at some point he just kind of just signed off on whatever she said.
Oh, no. Who was it? Somebody had that book. It was Skeptic. That's who it was. Skeptic already had the fucking book. Like, literally we were talking about one night and fucking Skeptic's like, this book? Where is... There's Squiddy. I'm going to Squiddy. Squiddy, check your DMs. And Discord.
It does mention the Bohemian Grove tsunami. It goes like all in.
Yeah, it's a crazy fucking book. It is legitimately like, oh, okay, we're going down these routes. Yeah. Because I saw you were doing a spirit science stream the other day, Squid. I stopped in for a bit on that.
That is fucking wild.
I've seen a fair share of fucking spirit science in my time. Also done my sacred geometry studies. Yeah. It's a fascinating field. It's fine, RZ. No worries. Oh, you love spirit science on my channel. We love spirit science on my channel. We do bingo.
It's weird how forthcoming he is with just like how much disdain he has for Jewish people.
Let's see. We switch up. So take here. Give me 1 sec. There we go. Cool. Oh. All right, let me refresh that. Oh, hang on. Actually, let me check this list and see if there's anything fucking anything that's popped off. Seeing as yeah, no. No, it doesn't look like anybody fucking. Oh Jesus Christ! Anytime.
What's up?
Just over 5,000 Christians condemn, and I'm just like already my brain just shuts down. Like, oh wow, shocking! I'm just shocked. DHS watchdog finds widespread mistreatment of immigrants at ICE facility. Really? Wow. I'm just so amazed that the fucking concentration camps that we're running on our border are mistreating people. Let's see. Inadequate medical care, excessive punishment, lax coronavirus mitigation efforts, 1,300 grievances. Office of the Inspector General found violations that jeopardized the health, safety, and rights of all detainees. Oh, interesting. It's run by a for-profit prison company. Interesting. Shocking.
That doesn't surprise me. But on a side note, you all, I am going to jump off because I am tired again, and I don't know what the heck it is today, but I'm just tired.
Some days are just like that, man. Some days are a motherfucker. Go get your rest, Sue. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll do a shout out here again. Just there you go.
Thank you all, and much love, everyone.
See you later, Sue. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna look into. Yeah, I don't have the count yet. We don't know as yet. As to what the outcome of that union count was, Estrella. So.
Talking about that Amazon shit?
Yeah, the Bessemer, Alabama.
Gotcha.
Amazon warehouse. So yeah, that'll be like, you'll hear about it. Trust me, that shit will make news, one way or the other. That shit will make news. Oh. Yeah, exactly, Squid. That shit'll be everywhere. It's been a while since I talked to you, Squid. Get on the line. It's been a while since I heard Squiddy's voice outside of your own stream. Bless me with your tentacly goodness. Did you see the fucking robot tentacles thing?
Wait, what?
Oh
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh, that's gonna be fucking a thing.
I mean, we all know where it's going.
There's no way that doesn't become a thing. Oh.
It has to.
Oh, Japan.
Never changed.
Yeah, you can always count on Japan for that level of degeneracy.
Ironically enough.
Let's see. I want to go to my new favorite subreddit, Tanky Jerk. So it's so good. Fucking, they have so much good information. Where was? Oh, I had one. Boo, Squid, boo.
What's good say?
Oh, I'd love to, but I'm not really in the best place to be on right now. I've not really slept this week. Why haven't you been sleeping, Squid? Is it stress? Yeah, oh, they were talking about, it's stress. Yeah, I figured. Sorry you're having to go through that, Squid. They were talking about how, the unironic calls to, who was it that posted that shit on Twitter? Refuting, anarchists by posting Juche shit. I don't remember who the fuck that was. Astrea might.
Not a clue.
Yeah, they're like, this is the answer to like all of you Western anarchists. They're like, you know, Juche is close to anarchism, or like the path to anarchism is Juche.
Oh my god.
Oh, we know Juche gang. Bread Pill, we know Juche.
Yeah, he used to frequent like here,
Oh,
and then he just, like fucked off.
there you go. Bread Pill with it. Isha historically. That historic.ly person. Yeah, that's who that was. Yeah.
Goddamn. Wait, that was Juche?
No, not the. But they posted the path to anarchism is through Juche.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, like, you know, imperialist imperialist monarchy with militaristic tendencies is the methodology to achieve anarchism. Okay, thanks historically. Thanks for that enlightened take. Yeah, exactly. Squid. Honestly, I kind of miss seeing Juche in here where he'd behave. Yeah, Juche gang used to hang out here all the time, Bread Pill, and they behaved here. This is one of the few places that Juche actually behaved. My friend Daniel Anarch actually used to have conversations with Isha, and that's how he realized the left unity is a scam. Astrea, yeah, authoritarian is, authoritarian doesn't actually exist. Some people's material conditions mean they need a dictatorship, and no, so yeah, because dialectical materialism and all that shit. Oh yeah, Bread Pill. That's exactly. That sounds exactly like Juche. Yeah, like I said,
Yeah.
this is the only place, one of the few places that Juche actually behaved. Yeah.
You know what's funny is like when he started DMing me, he was just like disappointed. Like he didn't come at me threateningly. He was just like, "You're smarter than this. Come on, man. Like you should be able to see through this bullshit." Like,
Oh.
it was funny. I never got the death threats from him.
Yeah. Bread Pill. I'll one up that. Bread Pill put hot take. Dialectics is just watered down complex systems theory. I'll one up it even further. Hot take. Dialectics is nothing more than a productive conversation.
Yeah, it's just a really pretentious. That's okay. Hot side note: lefties have a real fucking problem with like describing basic ass concepts with super pretentious verbiology.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid. God damn.
Skeptic. He's tired and he's getting some rest. He was messaging everyone for a while. Not sure how he had the time. Oh, sourcing. Who the fuck knows? But yeah, that's the thing is I will describe it in academic terms, but I can also boil it down to the, you know, the way of fucking the anarchism was in you the whole time methodology. Like, that's, if you can't describe something in a simplistic manner, then you don't understand it. All right, the academic terms are shorthand. It's a method for those of us that have that like deeper level of understanding to shorthand the conversation with one another. But if you can't explain to somebody who just walks through your door and has no concept of understanding of these concepts, then you don't understand these concepts.
Well, no, Kaiser, he actually went a step further. He was just straight up like using violence in a revolutionary sense is authoritarian by its nature. It wasn't just violence against the state, it was just violence full stop.
Which version, which one of this?
Angles. Fucking...
Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. I'm just, fuck it. I didn't say, Jesus, Twitter posts. I like half the time I don't even know how to read them. Here's historically.
What was he going on about this time?
Do you know what we call people who are not tankies? Nazis. Do your research.
Cool. Cool. I don't know.
This is the same person that said the path to anarchism is through Juche. So, you know, don't expect the most intelligent take. That's all I have to say. Yeah, do your own research sounding like a QAnoner. It's whether you can always ask me to boil that down. You can always ask me to boil that down. Oh, by the way, this was brought to my attention. You're going to want to look at the screen, Cat. This was brought to my attention earlier today. Momo went looking for my channel on Twitch and found these accounts.
Debate Proudly Radical. This is fun. This is... Oh, this is great.
Don't know, but it looks like somebody may be planning something.
They're probably just gonna spam chat. That's my guess.
Yes, Squid. Debate me, bro. Fair. Hey, guy, debate me, bro. All right. Historically is literally ran by a corporate lawyer, Isha. Is it E or Eh? But Esha with no degree in history. Well, I don't necessarily require a degree, but I mean, Jesus Christ. Esha. All right. Thank you, Breadbell. I literally don't know anyone outside terminally online tankies who says this. One of the biggest problems the left has is some pretty heavy academic elitism. It's one thing to know theories, another thing to shove it in people's faces. Story girl. Yeah. 3 at RV. Let me follow that. Do you research? RV said 3 hours later, she said, don't be dumb, and sent links about Hungarian fascists and communists. Jesus Christ.
I fucking can't with these people, dude.
Bread Pill. I've noticed a lot of tankies are actually wealthy corporate lawyers. Talk about a guilt complex. That Bay Area 415 guy is a corporate lawyer too.
Dude, it's weird as fuck.
Jesus Christ. Now we've got a reductive, or no, it'd be increasingly verbose. After Squid said, hey Kai, debate me, bruh. Estrella said, debate me on the concept of debate me, bruh. And then Squid replied back, debate me on whether we should debate about the concept of debate, bro.
You know, I actually would find that to be an interesting conversation. Because I don't know what debate bro actually means. Like, it seems like a pretty, like, it seems like a pretty, just, like, vague...
It's an energy. It's like big dick energy.
Yeah,
it's
like
a way of carrying yourself. It's a hyper combative a confrontational energy in which you continuously challenge others to debate.
Right. But then there are people that don't do that, but are still labeled debate bros regardless.
Well, I mean, are we thinking Vosh?
No, I'm thinking actually, like, pretty much, like, unironically, people like Destiny, he doesn't call for debates. People just, like, come at his ass.
Well,
for like,
he's past that point where he doesn't have to do it. It just shows up.
Right. But what I'm saying is that people who didn't even know him until, like, a month ago just automatically label him debate bro.
Well, does he do primarily debate?
Not really, actually. He just plays games and, like, just talks with people, like, philosophy, music, that sort of shit.
Fair enough.
Like,
then he's mislabeled. Sourcing makes sense to me. Corporate law is about as authoritarian as one can get. One Sweet Bippy, thank you to follow.
That's pretty much my take, Bread Pill. Like, I think Vosh is cringe, but not for the reasons that the lefties criticize him for.
Fucking love it. Estrella, back to Squid. I would, but we need to first debate on the concept of debate and bro. Then we can debate on whether or not we should debate on whether we should debate on the concept of debate, bro.
That's great.
I look forward to Squid's reply to that.
You know, I would actually love to see this, like, unironically, because it would be. I think it would be fun just trying to see how much we could deconstruct it. Why do you think he is? Well, my main issues with, like, Vosh is just that, like, it's kind of the same critiques that, like, Destiny's kind of levied at him. He's very much okay with, like, you know, actually, I'll just simplify it like this. Vosh is an unironic postmodern neo-Marxist, and it makes me uncomfortable as fuck, because he very much leans into that words don't really have meaning anymore. There isn't really a shared narrative. Politics is just mass manipulation. We should, like, unironically just lie for the sake of, like, furthering the cause, and that, like, there is an acceptable amount of, like, misinformation that can be circulated in the name of, like, leftist praxis, like, that sort of shit. I get we should be more Machiavellian, but, like, the level of Machiavellianism that he co-signs, not really, you know, not my dig. Not the. I don't like it.
Skeptic went into his comment section on one of his videos on China saying, quote, "A socialist utopia that produces the second most billionaires of any country in the world besides the US sounds like more like capitalism if you ask a radlib like me." Then somebody responded, "Yeah, well, you're stupid. Y-O-U-R."
That's funny. I respect it. Well, I mean, like, what I'm saying is that, like, he goes beyond, like, the words are just a social construct. Like, he's willing to just, like he's willing to just forego, like, political labels and such to, like, get shit done, or is willing to, like, you know, label people as things that they're not for the sake of, like, rhetorical flourish. Like, he's very much like a rhetorician. Like, he knows, like, he uses unironic debate tactics to get, like, where he needs to go in a lot of cases.
I can respect that.
No, he is, like, he is someone who wants the left to win and is willing to do a lot of shit to, like, get that done. Which I can respect on some level, but it's like, fuck.
Squid, I'm loving this ever evolving back and forth between Squid and Estrella.
We're going.
Yo, yes, Squid has replied back to Estrella with, but before that, we need to define the term debate before we can debate the concept of debate and bro, and then we can debate on whether or not we should debate on whether we should debate the concept of debate, bro. Gotta define terms before we start, bro.
Yeah. Example, Levelhead, honestly, just watch his, like, his last, like, debate with Destiny. Not the Prime channel, like, their last one-on-one debate, and it'll break it down a lot better. I don't think he's uninformed on Black and Indigenous rights. I I think like the thing is that like Vosh's like whole position has always been that like there's two components to socialism. One being the abolition of the commodity form and the workers owning the means of production. And he doesn't see the abolition of the commodity form happening anytime soon. So he'd rather just focus on, you know, giving the workers the means of production. Well, Red Pill, there are people that want that, like unironically. Like Sue has talked about it before, that there you can definitely get to like kind of that like skinhead but like indigenous territory real quick when talking about indigenous politics. Like he'll tell you that shit straight up.
Yeah, oh yeah, there's been a few incidents, and I mean Sue wouldn't deny him. Like we've got him on tape, for fuck's sake. The entire archive's published on YouTube. If we had to track him down, we could. Sue's talked about it. There's most assuredly a way to get to there.
Wither wants to know what the commodity form is.
Well, go.
Well, the commodity form, I was hoping you could do it because I'm being lazy. Like the commodity form broadly, like, okay, so we have to understand what commodities are. Commodities broadly and under capitalism are essentially products that are put out to the market. You know, they're things that don't intrinsically serve value outside of generating profit. Whatever they do, like on the side, is just kind of like tacked on. And like the best way to put it is like the reason why we produce, like we can like have, I'm trying to think of like a good example actually. Something related to food is probably the best. Like, not food, technology, I guess. Like, yeah, it's basically when you have an item that's specifically designed to be sold for profit rather than produced for. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Red Pill. It's like that's the brass tacks of it. Oh, Estrella replied. This is great.
Oh,
you have the product, then you have the value it's sold for on top of it. Yeah, pretty much.
Yes. All right, so yeah, you can. You guys can have your political discussion. I'm invested in the debate.
I want to know. I want to see it too, actually.
Understandable. I would like to ensure that we know what define means and make sure we define that first before we can define the term debate. Before we can debate the concept of debate and bro, and then we can debate on whether or not we should debate the concept of debate bro. Got to make sure we know what define even means before we define something.
You know what's funny is that they're just gonna get there. they might actually just end up having the debate through this meme.
Yeah, welcome to the dialectic. This is what it looks like.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, let's abolish the profit object. Okay. And that's kind of where the problem comes from. It's like, and this is like a huge problem that like socialists have been like wondering for like a long fucking time is
boom. Squid just replied back, same.
Damn. Yeah. Fucking, what's it called? But like, okay, but a big problem that a lot of like leftist theory runs into is like, how do we actually go about abolishing the commodity form? How does a society determine objective use value? This is something that like Marx struggled with greatly. This gets into things like the transformation problem. This gets into the role of the state and how that's doled out, and then like all that sort of shit. And yeah. Well, see, that's the problem, Red Pill. Then if you don't determine use value, then it's like, you know, like then, like what, like at that point, then like, do we just produce for the sake of production? And then we just end up with like massive overbloat?
And I mean, just to be that guy, whose use value?
Well, that's what I'm getting into.
Like,
is like
Aristotelian use value, a Smithian use value, Marxian use value.
Right.
There's a whole bunch. Oh,
You know what's sad is that like that's kind of the thing that like a lot of tankies don't realize is that they've unironically just like with the advent of like Dengist reforms, they've unironically just admitted like yeah, socialism is like unironically when the government does shit. Like that's the thing is if you consider countries like Vietnam, China, Cuba, so on and so forth to be like a modern form of socialism, you're just unironically saying like yeah, the socialism is when the government does shit, and preferably it's doing shit that like feeds people and creates infrastructure. It's fucking stupid. I can't with these people.
I mean, I facts. My general policy on that is yes, I'm open to it. I have to. I guess after watching Dylan Burns, I want something different and to do something different. Yes, I'm open to it. I have to receive an explicit invitation to it. And I will consider it. So yes, I'm open to it, but that sort of thing. Yes.
If it doesn't go, just take me instead. I'm basically a discount Kai, and I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Cat's my stand-in. Cat has been my stand-in since before any of you motherfuckers.
I've been around since this motherfucker had like 3 views on Podbean.
Yep. Like straight up motherfuckers. What are my thoughts on the USSR? Not a great place.
Yeah, it was kind of fucked. They did the Chechens and like the Caucasians like dirty.
Oh,
They did a lot of minorities dirty, frankly, and gay people, and they kind of like bombed anarchists. You know, it's just not a good deal for like most people.
Streaming, couple years now, Brad. Like we're coming up on it, right? Yeah. Podcasting before then. And if you're wondering facts, that is cat in cat ears.
Yeah.
Or with cat ears. So if you
buy a fucking camera one of these days.
So all you motherfuckers that wonder what the hell cat looks like, that is what cat looks like.
Yeah. I'll buy a camera one of these days because now I have like a. My thing is I just don't want to buy lighting and all that shit.
It's a whole fucking thing. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
If
if you're unironically willing to send me one OnlyFacts, I'll do it. Like I'll just take the camera and y'all are just gonna have to deal with the poor lighting.
And good deal facts. Yeah, like I said, it would be interesting to put us both on the fucking panel.
Yeah,
fucking elbow drop a few people.
If you're in Kai's Discord, you can find me in there pretty easy.
Yeah, which I think they are.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Like my thing is I'll just like I have my options open because like at this point I just kind of done dealing with the VTuber shit. I've tried to like redesign my avatar and all that shit, and it's just like I can't do it. Yeah, you're like the first person on my Discord. That's why you're awesome. Thanks, man.
Hey, Salvasasser. Watched a video about the CNTFAI from a guy called the Finnish Bolshevik.
Oh no.
Well, I'm sure that's not carrying a bias. In the video, he says that there were many executions in gulag-like labor camps in the CNTFAI. I was wondering what your perspective on this is. I know it seems a bit random. I wanted to hold on. Give me 1 second. Talk amongst yourselves.
Cat's Avatar, the last cockbender. This is true. See, my thing is that I'm in a position where it's like, do I just commission somebody to just redesign my avatar? And I'm like very much like considering it. Because my thing is, 1, I do want my character to be more lewd, and for 2, I want to redesign it with ego aesthetics. Because like, Ancom ain't really doing it for me anymore. Yeah, like the Finnish Bolshevik, super tanky. Like he's tanky. Like he's very much an entry point for like that sort of thinking.
Okay, they existed. They were how do I put this? They were a universe away from the brutality of the Gulag system of the USSR. They did exist though, and as near as I can tell, the only people in them were actual fascists and the aristocracy. So
Still kind of cringe though.
yeah, not a great look, but they did exist. They were a measure against fascism and aristocratic resistance. Not a fucking good look by any accounts. But yeah, there you go. Selvasser. Yeah. Fair enough, facts. Yeah. Finball, a.k.a. Gulag Pedo Man. He creeped on a 16-year-old on Discord. All right.
Yeah.
Well, now I know when I see that name in the future. The Finnish Bolshevik pedophile. Got it. Oh, actually, I'm gonna go full fucking lib right on you. Actually, that's not pedophilia. That's a hebephilia.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, owned by Facts and Logic. Oh, yeah, that's fucking... He had a gulag sex fantasy going on Discord. Jesus fucking Christ. Everything I hear about this motherfucker just keeps getting better and better. I'm so glad I don't engage in most of these spaces. My only exposure to most of these fucking people are through all of you. You know that, right? Like,
It must be such a weird way to consume their content.
Yeah, post away. You do you Facts. If you want to send me a DM with whatever links that you want to share, I'll put them in appropriate places and stuff like that. Okay, so that's what it's in reference to. EBDB Ophelia. Apparently it's a meme.
Oh, that's great.
Gates in disguise. Yeah, that motherfucker. I swear to God, we're gonna keep finding out more. Estrella back. Lovely Jordan Peterson is the pinnacle of intellect. I understand the need to understand truth, but we need to debate what understanding really means before we can debate on what the concept of truth means, and then we can continue on to the debate the use of language and whether or not we have the authority to make such statements, and then we can define and move on to defining debate and bro, and then debate the concept of debate. We have to make sure we have an understanding of what understanding means and how we use the concept of truth and language in this context.
I unironically want to watch somebody do this.
This is what Kat and I, if you were here for the Thursday fuck theory stream, this is what we were alluding to. Once you head down because what they're headed down is the epistemological rabbit hole. Once you head down the philosophy rabbit hole, it becomes so fucking convoluted that you end up, what's a debate, bro? All right, that is the result. That's the result.
Yeah.
It's absolutely absurd, and it gets in the way of so much progress if you're not careful.
See, the sad part is that like a lot of like legitimate political disputes do still stem from that. So that's like the gap that you. Because that's the thing is that like a lot of these people do just like live in different realities. It's not a meme. That's just what it is. And a lot of that is epistemological differences of thinking and shit. Like we just think differently.
Sweet Bippy. Words, only words, all of it. Have you heard of Grover Furr? Yeah. He's the like alternative history tank fucking dude. Yeah, I know like tankies like him, but I mean like Holodomor didn't happen. The fucking Molotov Ribbentrop Pact is a whole other fucking like he characterizes it differently. That like he's something about the Munich Agreement with France and Britain and shit like that. And yeah, he's the sort of he's like the Kellyanne Conway for tankies. He's the guy they roll out in front of the camera who just sort of blinkingly looks at it and goes, alternative facts.
Nice.
Yeah. Salvasser. Can we debate what letters are? We can.
Anything can be debated if you think hard enough about it.
Story girl. I mean, screw epistemology. Let's dig into the semiotics of the word, bro. Me Toad, I send you an invitation. That's how. Is that you asking for an invitation?
See, but that's the thing, Estrella, is that there are people who just unironically reject traditional like logic. Like that's like actually a huge underpinning of like fascistic thought.
Check your whispers.
What we got going on?
Oh, not you. Just Rev.
Oh, well, I still got something in my DMs anyways.
If I do, I need to check though. There we go. Welcome back, Skeptic and Revid Fafum.
Also, I'm gonna mute myself real quick.
Thank you. Thank you for the follow. It's very scroll up. There we go. It's a very easy solution to this if you have an intraditional logic understanding, but it's very fun to just continue. I love it. Yeah, you have to explore the philosophical implications of definitions. And hey there, Mitra. Debate what language is by means of interpretive dance. Love it. Love it. Cat, you can debate anything. No, you can't. Hey, you're welcome, Rev. That's a wild meat toad appeared. That's a great fucking Discord entry message. Yes. Story girl. 100% valid philosophical position. This is redacted. This is the problem. Fucking story girl. Or can I simply declare myself the arbiter of all meaning and therefore victorious through the inassailability of solipsism? Yes, you can. Which is the problem. Interpretive dance, very ableist. Oh, story. Story girl. Oh. Oh, man. Bippy. Good to know. So I just learned about the Native Americans taking Minnesota, undermanned to the city. City in 2 days, and the response was colonially nuke the town and ethnically cleanse the place. I mean, that's generally our response, Wither, to be perfectly honest. Kaiser, it's happened. It's happened before. It gets really weird. Because, I mean, the fact of the matter is that what you find is that, as Kat pointed out earlier, a lot of these people are living in an alternative reality. And a lot of the sort of points, shall we say, for lack of a Lucy, that has happened before too. A lot of the time, though, it just leads down a path of realizing that this person is living in an alternative reality, and we have very little shared common ground. We have no agreement or acceptance upon what reality is. And, I mean, having a conversation with somebody who thinks that the system as it stands is just and fair and equitable is, I mean, what do you want? Yes, that did happen, Skeptic. That was one of the incidents. Yeah. The person just immediately got on there and started screaming the N-word over and over again. That is a thing they do. All right, just checking something here. Sorry. Oh, God. Man, Squid, why'd you have to fucking remind me? Let us never forget the great climate change debate of Nord. Oh, man. Fucking just... that's not to denigrate or take away from PTSD and the seriousness of what actual PTSD is, but yeah, I get a little twitchy. I still haven't even touched the climate change section of the cheat sheet for that very reason. Like, I'm sort of broken. I don't know. Like, I can't help you if you're debating a climate change denialist. Their fucking brains don't work the same way as the rest of ours. I don't know what to say. Like, there's no amount of evidence. There's no amount of anything you can present to them. Anecdotal, empirical, systemic, global, local. It doesn't fucking matter. Oh, God, that debate it raged on and on and on for like 2 weeks. Oh. There's only thing that can bring everyone together, authoritarian or normal, and that's our shared love for cats. Oh yeah, I know those guys, Skeptic. I used to know one of them in real life. I'm declaring that I'm abandoning thoughts of debate in order to concentrate my mind on ascension through caffeination. Story girl. I respect it. Skeptic, I mean, as far as, no precautions, there's very little you can do, with that without like redesigning my entire audio setup to include a delay. Yeah, there's very little I could do as it stands to prevent against that sort of thing. Squid. Oh, Squid. Yeah, I've had small amounts of caffeine from maybe tea, but I don't drink tea that often. I haven't had caffeine in quite some time. Oh, well, I mean, Skeptic, yes, but, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I bet. I want to see you talk with a chud with a lack of understanding. With a lack of understanding of reality, because you're well spoken, you'd be running around them. They wouldn't even understand how bad you're making them look. And that has happened before. Kaiser. Yeah. It has happened once or twice. But yeah. Bread pill. Thoughts on Live, Laugh, Love. I have none. I have none. It seems empty and hollow. Though I do enjoy laughing. Peace, love, anarchy is better. Don't do it, Cave. For the purposes of TOS and legal ramifications, I'm going to tell you not to do that, and I think it's a terrible idea. Oh, Jesus fucking... Cave. That last one was straight up Cave. I'm not gonna... Am I gonna have to warn you off? Like, what the fuck, Cave? Jesus Christ, man. We need to have a chat about what is TOS and what is not. I'm gonna, before I fucking let you back into a stream, I'm gonna quiz you on what is fucking TOS. Pour one out for all my yeeted comments. Jesus Christ. Your meat, Cave is new meat, except, you know, worse. Oh, Jesus. It's a good point, Astra. We're testing it out. We're going to do a capitalism here. We're testing it out. Momo and I are testing it out as of today. But I'm gonna fucking, if you guys want a Cappy mug and sticker, I'm gonna make that possible. Because I know a bunch of people fucking wanted that shit. So we'll make it possible. If you want like the beanie thing is not gonna work from the fucking these people. I found an eco-friendly fucking solution. So yeah. But yeah, I can do the mug and a sticker, and it's not too fucking terrible. So, I'm sure, Cave. And we'll just do it via biddies, rather than set up some bullshit storefront or that sort of thing. You can just donate biddies in chat, and I can set up an order and ship it out to you and that sort of thing. So. We'll know by next week whether it works and whether it's acceptable. Like I said, Momo and I are testing it. So if you want a mug and a sticker, I'll let you know. Got to split for a bit. All right, positive. Nice. Enjoy that. Thank you kindly. Oh, positive probably won't be streaming. We'll probably be doing the movie screening over on Discord at that point. So if you want me, if you're not already on Discord, positive, I'll whisper you a Discord link, so you can,
Ain't that about a bitch?
Jesus, goddamn Christ.
Wait, what happened?
Fucking, it was coming.
What up?
Cave got himself fucking timed out by RB, which I'm surprised fucking, honestly. Cave, if you don't fucking rein it in, honestly, we're just gonna have to ban you. Right? I like you. I really do. I like having you around, but you're gonna become a viable threat to this channel. And there's just, at a certain point, like, we have to protect the community over one person.
Yeah.
Like, it just becomes pragmatic at that point. Like, you really got to watch yourself. Like,
can I do a shill? Speaking of the community.
Yeah, go for it.
Get some help. Okay, well, my mom just got in a fucking accident. She's cool. Car's totaled, though.
You got a link? Hey,
Yeah,
Pestique.
the fucking link my fucking Streamlabs donation thing on my channel.
Well, fucking give it to me.
I think I was hoping you had my channel just on tap. Let me fucking go to it.
Cat Car Fund.
Yeah. I need to set up a GoFundMe because like it's just like fuck. She sent me. She's okay. Like she said, you know, just one of those like bad turns. Everybody sped up and slowed down at the wrong time type of thing. There you go, boys.
All right, there we go. And I'll put it on a timer.
It's a good thing I fucking had this thing set up.
Well,
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is she's fine, totally fine. She said she like kind of bumped her head, but she's no concussion symptoms whatsoever. You know, just like that sort of thing.
cool.
Like it was just
Submit.
like bad knock. Her arm's kind of sore, but she's fine. So like you know, $1 dues would be nice. And if anybody needs proof of it, I'll send pictures the minute I get them. Let me pull up Streamlabs so I can thank anybody that donates right now. Thanks, Kaiser. I appreciate it. Okay.
Anyway, all right. So wait, did you say the car was totaled?
Oh yeah, it's fucked. It's like it's dead basically. Just waiting on pictures. She's gonna be picked up by her husband real quick, and then that's just like whole thing. But yeah, luckily she's okay though. She, you know, I just got off the phone with her, totally fine. Oh, again, she's totally fine, totally cool. It's just the car that got fucked.
Well, Fax, you want to have some fun?
I mean, if you want to like come out to Cali, I'll buy you a ticket. Like I said, once I get some pictures, I'll fucking, you know, I'll put it in Discord if that you know, in case you guys want to know that yes, it is in fact gonna actually go to the car. Thank you for that anonymous donation of $10, whoever that was. Appreciate you. Also,
So,
personally
I
relatable,
mean-
my car died of last fortnight ago. I spent half the stream also surfing the web to find a replacement I could afford. Yeah.
Does she have insurance?
Well, okay. So the problem that happened is that it was a 3-car collision. She was like in the middle of like a lane. She didn't like specify if like she could make a left turn or not. I think she said that she couldn't make a left turn there. It was like a double yellow line type of situation. So dude with friends in the truck basically sped up to a witness set around like 90 and just like kind of T-boned her, and she ended up hitting a person that was insured like in the collision. So it's just like one of those just
Well, is
everything
she
that could've
insured?
gone wrong. Yeah. So the thing is that the dude who hit her, it wasn't his car, and he wasn't insured regardless. So it's just like what she got off the phone with somebody who was working with State Farm, and they're basically saying that if she apparently it's something like uninsured driver insurance or something to that effect, that she like they're just like hoping that she's covered for that shit. So we're just waiting. We're seeing what happens. We're playing it out.
Okay, Fax.
Well, that's the first thing I asked her, Cassidy. Is like, "You're gonna sue, cuz?" And she basically just said like, "Well, we'll just have to see who the fuck sues who first and what gets covered and all that shit." What she's basically just preying on is she's hoping she doesn't have to pay out anything out of pocket like right away, but like, I'd rather just have the funds ready to go in case.
I mean, she's
and knowing
probably
our
going to
luck.
need a rental. Which,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
her
just,
insurance should cover, but it depends on the nature of the accident as to whether they're going to blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Point is, I'd rather just have the money right away. She's gonna need to do something, because the thing is that like she was working like mostly like Uber Eats. She's doing like kind of a nursing type deal, so she's out of commission for like a little bit. So I'd rather just do what I can, throw some dollar dues her way.
Bread pill, historically or contemporarily? I don't.
Historically, Britain's definitely got that down.
Yeah, Britain owns that space. Like historically, there's no one's gonna top Britain anytime soon. They fucking punked China and most of the world, right? Like Britain owns that space. Contemporarily, yeah, it's probably us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Car hit my car and caved in my doors, but I didn't want to do anything about it because I didn't want to take money away from a dad with kids. I feel you, Katie.
Yeah, I get that.
Pardon me, do you have any Grey Poupon? Nice, Jay. Oh God, it's a prime case. Oh God. Spain not far behind Britain, though. I mean, I would say they're a distance. Spain, France, they're in the running, but I mean, not really. You've got Usain Bolt out front, and then you've got some rando white dude lagging behind his ass. Fucking, that's basically Britain, and then Spain and France. Like, it's just, no, not really. Yeah. Britain ran a good game. Hey, that's Randy Rando.
I'd put Spain head and shoulders above France. Yeah.
It depends on the era, but I mean, I'm open to it. Yeah.
Like just pure territory wise, yeah, for sure.
I don't care, Red Pill. Flat. I will quote George Carlin. The flag is a symbol, and I leave symbols to the simple-minded. All right, like,
yeah, that's pretty much.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, like I'm personally like kind of like an anti-nationalist, in that like we really just need to get rid of the concept of states first and foremost.
Yeah, like if you get obsessed with symbols, then you get distracted from doing real work. It's like, oh yay, I burned a flag. Oh, congratulations. Did you do anything? No? You just burned some Chinese-made fabric? Cool. Good job. Wow. Way to be a revolutionary. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Duffy. The Dutch need mentioning. The Dutch East India Company fucking needs a shout-out. The world's most powerful and valuable corporation to ever exist. Although maybe one of these days somebody will catch up. But yeah, Dutch East India Company fucking for sure needs a shout out. You're right. I would probably put them fucking like, oh geez, there's an argument to be made there that Britain is way out front. But yeah, Dutch East India Company may be number 2.
What about black nationalism or indigenous nationalism? Okay, I need to read more about indigenous nationalism, just like full stop.
It's still
like,
cringe.
I will admit that.
I'm sorry, it's still cringe.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is like I don't know enough about it to like properly critique it, but like with regards to black nationalism, I'm not too fond of it. A lot of like black nationalists ideology finds itself in like very reactionary spaces, even though they were anti-colonialist. Like when you look into like the writings of people like Marcus Garvey, people that were like, who very much considered themselves like in line with the fascistic tradition, I'm not a fan. Not really. I mean, obviously, like, yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing is that like I'm willing to work with them on certain issues, but like that's pretty much it. That's my extent of my support. It's like it's a very tenuous relationship.
I'm sorry if you include the term nationalist in your thing, I'm out. I don't care what adjective or prefix you tack on to it. Like, ooh, okay, Hindu nationalism, I'm out. Indigenous nationalism, I'm out. Black nationalism, I'm out. White nationalism, I'm out. Like, the problem is the nationalism part, not the group that you're trying to achieve some level of autonomy for. Like, the problem is the nationalism. Nationalism
Right.
never goes well.
Yeah,
I don't
What about
care
human
whether it's the white dude, the black dude, or the indigenous dude. Nationalism usually ends up in some super fucked up areas.
identitarian nationalism, no less?
Yeah.
You know, it's like that's my thing is that like obviously there's degrees of like, you know, who's worse in a given situation. Like obviously a black nationalist is probably a black nationalist for like very different reasons than a white nationalist is, and their praxis is going to reflect that shit. But at the end of the day, I'm just not a fan of identitarianism or identity for that matter. And so it's just like I get it. I understand why they do it. I understand the conditions that led them to these traditions of thinking, but it's like, you know, ultimately I just don't share their goals whatsoever. And I think that like if we could move past that thing, that's cool. Like if we get like if we can like move past like black nationalism and indigenous nationalism like in a better state of being, then yeah, sure. We probably should.
And as far as Prussian socialism goes, I'm not aware of it. But the fact of the matter is as soon as I see the term Prussian, I'm super suspicious of anything that follows.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, sure. That's pretty much like my thing. Is that like I'll work with like black nationalists and indigenous nationalists. You know, like we take down the big bad. Like my thought process is take down the big baddie first, and then we can start like working like nitpicking, that sort of shit. But like you know, I'm not gonna pretend like I like these like lines of thought as I'm doing it. Like it's the same way that I feel about the communists. It's like yeah, sure, they have nice critiques of capitalism. Some of their solutions have been shown to have like merit. I'll work with these people, but like I'm not gonna pretend like our goals are the same, or that like I would consider them like political allies and compatriots.
I don't care whether it's punching up, sideways, down, or over, or diagonal. It's still sectarian, identitarian politics at the end of the day. Even if it is a marginalized community, right? Like,
Yeah, that's pretty much where I fall in.
sorry.
Estrella, that's not a hot take. I just isn't communism
Hey, got
stateless
punk.
and classless, which is anarchist? Okay. Like end stage or otherwise known as like the higher forms of communists? Sure. But like the way that like
They never
communist
get
thinkers
there.
So, yeah, like the way that like they never get there. Like this idea that the state will just wither away after we give it power, it's never been the case anywhere.
Their path is wrong.
Yeah.
The only way that you're going to get to that communist territory is anarchism.
Yeah.
It's true.
This is something that Bakunin stated at the First International to Marx. He said, like, just straight up, like, if you give the state this much power, it's just going to devolve into authoritarianism. There's going to be like classes based on those like positions of the state, and thus, the state just like won't wither away. Marx took offense to this, kicked the anarchists from the Second International, and forbade them from like ever coming back.
Yep.
And well,
The anarchists
We
were
saw.
not invited back to the Second International because Bakunin fucking basically punched a bunch of holes in Marx's theory.
yeah.
And Marx responded like the high school mean girl that he was, threw a bitch fit, and kicked the anarchists out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's
Thank you for the follow.
that's kind of what I'm saying. It's just like so, but yeah, like going back to like the indigenous nationalism and nationalism, like I get that it's punching up, and I get like that's why I'll support them in the short term, but like in
Pretty
like
shallow.
ideologically, I just don't co-sign it. Like I like fundamentally, I consider like nationalism of any kind, or some sort of like like narratives based around one's identity as like inherently like fundamentally incompatible with like anarchist thinking. what do we mean by nationalism exactly? Well, like nationalism would entail that there's some claim to a land or a region based on one's, and then just insert.
Yeah. Interests of a particular sovereign nation or homeland.
Yeah, so it could be culture, it could be ethnicity, it could be race, it could be religion, it could be
Hindu nationalists.
Eh.
Angie,
Indigenous nationalism
I wouldn't
has
give a
completely
shit.
different context of nationalism as otherwise understood. I agree, but ultimately I still like oppose it for like a lot of the same reasons.
And by the way, it's usually referred to as indigenism, not indigenous nationalism.
Eh. Like I really do truly believe in a world without borders. Like if I really had to simplify my argument, like it's just
Nation states are cringe.
Yeah.
It's time to evolve past that idea.
Yeah, like ultimately we should be like striving towards like kind of like a one world ethnicity wherein like we can move anywhere, we have solidarity wherever we go. You know, we have like similar understandings as to what is and isn't acceptable when interacting with other people, similar ideals of a non-aggression principle, free association, that sort of like it should just be a universal constant.
And you don't defeat segregation by segregating further.
Yeah.
That's just not how that works. That's not how it's ever worked.
Well, see, red pill, you can. That's like kind of where we get into like more libertarian socialist like theory. But like what I'm saying is that like as an anarchist, I think the issue is identity within itself. That's what causes the hierarchies to begin with. Like our concept of race is super modern. It's something that we just just came up with like a fucking second ago in the grand scheme of things. We don't need it. Oh, this isn't even post-anarchism. I feel like you could arrive at these positions.
No, this would be post-leftism, though.
I feel like you could. I think like Syndicalists could arrive at this position.
Well, I mean, but if you want modern, who's talking about that? This is post-leftism. That's going to be talking about this. Doing a full critique of identitarianism. Yeah, that's who will be doing that.
Syndicalists could I feel like regular anarcho-syndicalists could still arrive at this position.
Oh, we've talked about critical race theory quite a few times on this channel, Story Girl.
Yeah, like critical race theory ultimately like describes what I'm talking about. That like ultimately like what causes these issues is like the concept of race within itself. And like the lack of critical theory that's out there. This is race theory. Like this is just intersectionalism, like taken to its logical extreme.
And I mean, look, though they highly promote it, the idea is not solely theirs, Katie Cat. And how do you achieve anarchism in modern day? In the microcosm, because the macrocosm is at present occupied. Focus on your local community, focus on your apartment complex, focus on your friend group, focus on organizing and activism within your reachable, achievable spaces. That's how you achieve it. I'm
not saying that I wouldn't work with these people, but I'm very like careful to say that like ultimately, yeah, we should oppose colonialism and imperialism on the stake, on the fact of its like we should oppose it because of its violence and the fact that it violates the autonomy of these people. But I just refuse to oppose it because like sacred lands or whatever, Like what should be the issue is the violence and the genocide and the fucking, the erasure, the violent erasure of culture. Not that I don't think that like any people I don't believe in ancestral homelands, like as a concept. I think it's like inherently like toxic and leads to these issues.
And I'm good with that, Red Pill. I mean, Rojava has its problems. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, yeah, definitely they've got the multi-ethnic, pluralist, stateless democracy. They've got gender equalities. They've got fucking women on the front lines as goddamn snipers, even.
Got multiple religions up in there.
Yeah.
Like,
and
it can work. We can do it without like the nationalism.
yeah, and
like,
as you pointed out, explicitly rejecting Kurdish nationalism. Like, you don't need the nationalism part. You just don't.
Yeah.
Like
we can oppose imperialism because we oppose imperialism. Like
Yeah.
that's possible. We should do it. Like I said, we're full. I think all of us here are willing to bite the bullet and say that like black nationalism and indigenous nationalism is very different than like white nationalism in the modern political context. I felt like that goes without saying, you know, like they have very different reasons to do it. They have very different like motivations on what their praxis is going to look like in the, you know, in this near future as they like try to enact their goals. Like that we're all on board here. We all understand that. It's just that like at the end of the day though, like philosophically, I just take issue with it, like fundamentally.
I mean,
regardless.
At the end of the day, Story Girl, I'm an anarchist, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have to understand that. Like, the point and position operates from anarchism, right? Nation states are fucking the dinosaurs. They need to go away. Segregatory measures need to go away. Identitarian politics are segregatory measures. It's these sorts of things. You don't end up at unity by segregating further. You can operate as a unified group and punch up, as you so repeatedly put. But the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, there are methodologies for achieving a multi-ethnic, stateless society while not using that as an operating modality. And quite frankly, those that do tend not to achieve that multi-ethnic, stateless society. If you do give in to those methodologies, chances are, well, we've seen it before. So.
Hannibal, we're trying our best to have a productive conversation as to why we don't, like, as anarchists, like, ascribe to black nationalism or indigenous nationalism.
Or just nationalism.
Right.
Anybody's version of nationalism. Not great at the moment, but, I mean, Redneck, I could ask you what the quality of life during revolutionary times in America was like. What's your response?
I mean, you know, any place that's being bombed by a place like Turkey is probably not going to have a great time. You know? Fighting Turkey, ISIS, a bunch of other shit like that.
So
you know.
Apparently I need to clear this up, seeing as I'm getting a DM behind the scenes as well. So we're all on the same page. If you're talking about instructions on how to conduct terrorism, you're not welcome in the community. I don't care whether it's on Twitch or Discord. If you're posting that content, the resounding answer is no, motherfucker, no. Is that unequivocal enough for everybody involved in that conversation? Because there's a few players. So just so everybody's aware, like, Jesus fucking Christ, people. Forget terms of service. We're talking about goddamn federal involvement. You dumb fucking motherfuckers. Jesus Christ, I can't believe I had to explain that.
Can you DM me the deets? Am I allowed to even know who did this? Oh my god, you people are crazy.
Yes, Squid. It's no terrorism. Yeah,
no terrorism.
No terrorism.
Nice.
That's pretty much the rule.
I mean, Jax, we were already on a list. That's the problem.
Cave. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Fucking, you know.
They're already watching our asses.
Terrorism bad. Yes. Not an insurrectionist, not a revolutionary, incrementalist. Don't advocate for violence. Like, know the space.
You motherfuckers.
Che, you're fine.
Yeah.
No, Brett. Not even close. Not
Was it
even
somebody-
close.
Was it somebody in chat
Uh-huh.
that we know,
Uh-huh.
or just some random fuck?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I hope you ban him.
Yeah, no. Flag burning falls under the First Amendment protections as tried in multiple courts. Wither, what did I miss? A shit ton.
Yeah.
A shit ton. Hold on. I just sneeze.
Smeeze.
Sneeze accomplished.
Yeah.
Love you too, Wither.
Damn, dude. That's fucking stupid.
The most you could have possibly missed, says Estrella. Hey, pitch shifter. Burn the flags, return to monkey. There we go. It's like, why didn't that pop? There we go. It wasn't K. It wasn't for once.
Oh, that's fucking funny. I respect it, Cave. I'm glad. Cave, you gotta unironically, Cave, you gotta cool it down too.
Yeah.
You've been on one as of recently.
Yeah, you have. I know, right? What's up, FBI guy? Fucking, I wonder. Hey, FBI guy, are you the same FBI guy from Merrick? That would be so amazing if Merrick and I shared the same FBI guy. Oh my god! Like,
oh, that would be so pog.
Celebrity FBI guys. Like, oh my god, you have Jim too? Jim's my guy.
You know what's so funny is that that might actually be the case. I feel like they have like just like a small unit monitoring like basically left Twitch and Twitter.
Fucking hi guys. Oh
my goodness.
What if our FBI guys touched? So do I, Brad.
You famous baby.
So do I.
No. Lecter, there are a lot of people like from the FBI basically like keeping tabs on like lefties because like a lot of them are like dangerous people.
Yeah. I mean, we in this particular instance, we're talking about Merrick DeVille, who was framed by a bunch of asshole leftist tanky pricks online for a bombing. And she had to call the FBI and make sure they weren't going to like kick down her fucking door. And infamously at this point, at least in certain circles, the guy replied to her and said, "We're the FBI. We know it wasn't you." Yeah. So yeah, we're speaking to a specific instance at this point, but yes.
Very yikes, J-Dog.
Jack, wait, I'm from Central America. Oh shit, CIA will send a Contra for me. Please help.
God damn, son.
Yeah.
You're on your own, boy.
Hey, Duffy, guys, a cable van just pulled up outside my house. Speaking of getting framed for things in the FBI, I just finished Asada Shakur's autobiography. Oh.
Nice.
Back on. Good for you, Lecter. Or I should say not Lecter. If they send Contra for you, you're lucky. She's awesome.
Oh, that's great.
Let's see.
God damn, dude. Why are lefties so crazy online, dude? I don't get it.
Let's see. Where would I go? Give me one sec.
We're off to Guantanamo, I guess. F in chat.
I'm going to Vanuatu or the Maldives.
Nice.
I just wanted to check if anybody updated their policies. So there you go, Pitch. Yeah. Skeptic. Hey, congratulations. Skeptic, come on, use a search engine. Where's that?
Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Jones here from Proudly
Googleizer.
Radical. Since I owe Kai a few favors from back in the old days. Shit, I probably shouldn't talk about that. Wait, why are you still recording? Fine. Just be sure to edit it out. Anyways, as I was saying, this is Alex Jones, and I just wanted to teach the proletariat a few things about anarchism. Anarchism isn't about chaos. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Anarchism is about the people. It's about solidarity and mutual aid. It's about removing unjust authority and hierarchies. We should all be anarchists. The world would be a better place. Now, I'm going to apologize again to all those parents whose lives I ruined because I'm such a douchebag. Jones, out. All right, Kai, this has got to make us even for that incident you helped me out with.
Nice.
There we go. And hit.
I'll never get sick of it.
I know. I honestly, best money I've ever spent on this channel. 100%.
Dig it.
Yeah, I love that dude. Redneck, I'm going to Washington, D.C. No way they find me there. Angie, I'm thinking... One sec. I want to look at something here.
Better
I'm
than the money you spent on Cappy?
Cappy's a very close second, but I gotta tell you, the amusement value I get from hearing Alex Jones promote anarchism, really, I love Cappy. I really do. I think Cappy's amazing. But, I mean, honestly, hearing Alex Jones promote anarchism just tickles me every time. It's legitimately, it's amazing. Angie, oh yeah, Angie. I'm thinking it's probably gonna start right around 10:15 to 10:30. I think we'll wrap the stream up here in a little bit, maybe 15 minutes. And we'll yeah, I'll like decompress. I'll make some food. I'll get a couple things done really quickly, and then we'll do the movie over on Discord. Yeah. Jack, that is you have to create headcanon. There is no channel canon for what the incident was. And so each and every one of you has to make up the incident in your own head as to what Kai helped Alex Jones out with. Yeah.
It'd be funny seeing how shady some people will think you are.
Yes, it's the movie is The Astrologer from 1976 by Craig Denny. It is a horrible movie, and it's gonna be amazing. So there you go. Yeah, it's just it's bad movie night over on the Proudly Radical Discord. Imagine if Tommy Wiseau had $4 million in 1976 money. All right, to make The Room. Right? This movie takes place in 6 different countries. There's underwater filming. It's an astounding marvel of horrible movie. It is impressive. Related to the mafia for sure. Jack, this is the thing. This is a movie, like, for those of us that are aficionados of bad movies, this movie is a thing of legend, and only recently it has become available. It's got a whole history to it. So yeah. Googleizer noticed me, senpai. Hey, Googleizer. I said hi to you when I saw you redeem that. Helped Alex Jones move so far right that his policy positions underflowed into being a leftist. All right, that's a fair one. Somebody had some mafia stuff. If you save up 30,000, can I time out mods or Kai? I don't know. Yeah, I suppose maybe. I'd be open to it.
I guess you could time me out. I wouldn't have a problem with it because I'm always just on air anyways.
Yeah, and I could walk away for 10 minutes.
I'll just take over the show for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'd be open to it.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Jack, are you on the Discord server? If you're on the Discord server, that's where we're gonna be. Oh geez, Cave's gotta fuck it. Oh, well then we'll be on the Discord server. That's where. It'll be over in the voice chat. My body is ready. Alex got his nuts stuck in a toaster, and Kai got flown in for one last mission to unstick Alex's nuts from the toaster. But before he got there, Jones got kidnapped by vampires, and Kai had to fight them all through their castle until he staked the elder vampire through the heart, and the toaster disappeared because it turns out the toaster was also a vampire.
I dig it.
Cave, that is... Oh my god, that is amazing. That's like all sorts of amazing, Cave. Yeah, you definitely should be a screenwriter. You need to refocus your talents. Yeah. I want a screenplay. Pitch. There's only one redemption for it per stream. So yeah, you literally can't redeem it more than once. Yeah, and not just you, anybody. There's literally just one redemption. So, yeah. Let's see. Okay, good. Oh, no, Sassy, the timeout. It's the timeout. All the way at the bottom, the 30,000 point timeout. Duffy has Kai got really high and would write short fiction stories. Alex Jones adapted those stories for his far-right conspiracy theories to save his career and is forever indebted as a result.
I think that's the better one to stick with because that actually kind of works with like the existing channel lore of you already having like that essayist in you.
Nice, Duffy. Nice. I like it. Why
is Biden back in Ukraine when Russia going full on war to defend the red line border?
Oh yeah, Lucy, you can basically fuck with anybody. Most people save it until they're annoyed to buy for when they're annoyed by somebody. But yeah, you can. It's yours. It's yours. All right, Pitch. Squid's headcanon is way darker than most people's, apparently.
Where'd they go?
I don't know. Just Squid's just saying, like, my headcanon is way darker than everyone else's, apparently.
To be fair, I feel like the dark headcanoners just don't want to say anything that'll get them on trouble on Twitch.
Yeah, I respect it. Anyway, why is Biden backing Ukraine when Russia going full on war to defend their red line border? Does that question make a whole lot of sense to you?
Not really.
Steffi, I mean, as to why Biden is backing Ukraine, I mean, American-centric interests in the region, Eurocentric interests in the region, Russian expansionism. The problem...
Yeah, it's just geopolitics.
Yeah. Geopolitics, gonna geopolitic. Yeah. Clearly, I am to blame for all the books Cassidy just bought from Firestorm. I know I am, Cassidy. I'm sorry. I apologize to your wallet, your pocketbook, your budget. Yeah.
See,
And
this is why you join PDF Gang.
and I would love to know. I'm not sorry at all. No, I'm not Squid. I would love to know what you purchased though. You convinced me to buy more than I can afford on Firestorm.
See, it's sad is that they probably mean it literally.
Hey, Memphis. You know, it's the neuropathy is bad because it was a workout day. My hands are fucking tingling like a motherfucker right now. My legs are on fire. No tankies, some weird takes. But no particular tankies that I'm aware of. Maybe I've already forgotten them. But yeah, we will be doing Googleizer. Yeah, it's a bitch. Sorry, you have it too. We'll be doing a bad movie night over on Discord. So if you want to stop by on Discord a little later, we'll be screaming. We'll be screening a pretty notoriously bad movie. You used a chunk of your STEMI. Oh, Cassidy. I hope you didn't have any bills or anything that needed taking care of.
What is that supposed to mean? No, I mean, like, just join PDF Gang. Stop buying books, you jackasses.
Oh my God. Kaiser, are you still with us in chat?
What Kaiser do?
Kaiser, can I show this on air?
Curious about to go live. I think he is just live.
This is fucking... God, I want to show this on air. I'm not going to show it if fucking Kaiser doesn't give me explicit permission. I mean, he did post it in goddamn fucking Discord shared content, but holy shit. Brilliant. Kaiser posts this to shared content with the title, Dear Federal Agents, I'm a Revolutionary, ooh woo.
I respect it. I wish I had the body for that sort of thing.
Looking good, Kaiser. Looking good. My headcanon now, Kaiser, is that that's what you were wearing the night of the incident that got you your charges.
The incident.
That's the outfit. That's how I'm going to envision you now in that moment. For sure. Yeah. Oh, Kaiser. You're a crazy motherfucker, and I love you, Kaiser.
It's good people.
Yep. Let's see. What's our... Yeah, we'll do another 3 minutes here. Something like that. We'll do some wrap-ups and some wind-downs and shit like that. I mean, yeah. All right. Hey! Oh, Jesus. Googleizer. Thank you, Googleizer. Holy shit. Googleizer, Casual Cupcake, Memphizuga, K-Rid 7, Pictional, Bad Birdie, Smite Knight, Oddstorms, 909 Productions, Hambolus, and Laz Logics. Jesus Christ, Googleizer. Fucking thank you kindly. All right, so clearly, like that is, I was playing around with that. Let me, where's my... that one. Bam. We're gonna disable that from now on. Thank you again, Googleizer. Thank you kindly. Googleizer just said, fuck it. Own a musket for some home. Oh, I know this one.
Oh, I love that one.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Class.
Yeah. There's an expanded version of that too. Yeah. But I love that copy pasta. Oh, Jesus Christ, Cassidy. Wow. All right, let me pop these out and look at them. All right, Cassidy, what about The Rapists, Mutual Aid and Resiliency by Jane Addams Collective, Medicinal Plants Coloring Book, Secrets of Plant Propagation, Wild Fermentation, 5 Principles of Green Witchcraft, A Pagan Anti-Capitalist Primer, Preservation, The Art and Science of Canning, Fermentation, and Dehydration, Big Book of Kombucha, Identifying and Harvesting Edible and Medicinal Plants in the Wild. Ooh, I like that one. Grow Your Soil, Gaia's Garden, 2nd edition, Pollinator Gardening for the South, Illustrated Herbiary, Guidance and Rituals from 36 Bewitching Botanicals, Illustrated Bestiary, Guidance and Rituals for from 36 Inspiring Animals, 10 Herbs for Happy Healthy Cats, 10 Herbs for Happy Healthy Dogs, Evolutionary Herbalism, 10 Essential Herbs for Lifelong Health, Solidarity Networks and Emergency Survival, a practical guide for surviving the collapse of empires with others, Pagan Anarchism, and Growing a Permaculture Food Forest. Jesus, Cassidy. Yeah, you went after it. You went after it, Cassidy. Good on you. That was all fucking. That was what Cassidy bought from Firestorm.
Oh no, I just came back. My fucking PC is like.
Oh,
fritz right
well. Let me see a quick fucking 1, 2, 3. $22. I just read the titles on stream. Yeah, $22. Cassidy just bought from Firestorm. Steffi, you know, I'm new here. I'm trying to learn what it's all about. Are the majority of you standing for gun rights? Oh yeah. Here's the good old fashioned. Here's the line. Steffi, if you go far enough left, you get your guns back. The actual left is pro gun ownership as well. So yeah. I've been waiting to order books because I lost a lot of my food and farming books in the hurricane. Ugh.
That's rough.
Yeah. Book loss is never fun. I went to Venezuela and they took my guns immediately. Kai, you lied to us. So I decided to use my STEMI to replace my lost books. Yeah. Steffi, there's even a Marx quote about not surrendering firearms and ammunition, right? Like, go far enough left, you get your guns back. Second time you've lost books to a storm, it may be time to go PDF gang, actually.
100%.
Yeah.
It's the right way to go. Put them on a cloud, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, that may be the time, actually. I mean, trust me, I'm in that camp as well. I fucking, absolutely adore that sort of shit. But
bougie fucks.
Yeah, you may be time to consider. Salvasser. Fucking, you get extra guns. Let's see. You can't disarm the proletariat. Exactly, Redacted. Yeah. It's not a thing that should be happening. So let's. Oh Jesus Christ! All my fucking stacked whispers I sent out this session, and then let me complete all that shit. Jesus Christ! I had a lot of stacked stuff. All right. So here's how this is going to go down. In an hour, approximately, I will be in voice chat on Discord. that is where we will start the movie screening from. You don't have to actually chat. You don't have to unmute your mic ever. I will tell you, as a group, I'll warn you as well. Googleizer, the Astrologer. It's a 1976 film by Craig Denny. It is probably the most expensive vanity project worst movie candidate. It's gonna be bad, and so smoke some weed and enjoy the terrible movie. The movie is like, hang on, give me 1 sec. It's, why are you? I will give you an exact fucking. There we go. Jesus Christ. It's 1 hour, 17 minutes. So you know. So yes, we will reconvene. Rock on, Googleizer. We will reconvene. Oh, Chaotica, just strap the fuck in. Chaotica, if you're not on Discord and you want to join us, then you need to have an invite before we start, because I do not have an open invitation system on the channel. So you give me a quick heads up here as if you want in or not, and I will whisper you a Discord invite. So yes, we will reconvene at approximately at this point like 10:30, 10:35, something like that. So in an hour. Check your whispers, Chaotica. Invitation sent. We will reconvene on the Proudly Radical Discord server in voice chat in approximately an hour for Bad Movie Night. Feel free to get fucked up. In the meantime, what we are going to do is we're going to raid over to Curio's stream, because Curio has just gone live, and let us show him some love. Oh yeah, Steffi, let me get it to you really right quick. Before that actually kicks out. There's one use, generate copy, go. Speedy Kai, go. Quick. There we go. Done. Check your whispers, Steffi. Okay, got punked. Sleep well. Oh, nice, Cassidy. Anyway, I hope you guys are as well as you can be. Till next time, or till I see you next time. Hopefully I'll see you on the server. Either way, let's go say hi to Curio really quickly. Bye. All right. There's that.